Good morning, everyone, or afternoon. So I'm Rajinder Soda, the Deputy Executive Officer for Climate Change and Research at the Air Resources Board. I want to welcome you to what is probably the last public workshop on the modeling for the 2022 Scoping Plan update. I want to begin by thanking all of you for remaining engaged throughout the process, our colleagues at E3, Rhodium, and UCI for their support of the very important work that we're doing here. And of course, I want to thank our staff who's done a great job in integrating the various pieces of direction we've been getting for the last 24 months. Today, you will see the final results of the modeling. With so much direction on targets for 2030, 2045, new legislation, we had to weave the pieces together to show how we will hit all of those. And there's new targets that still remain to be created in the natural and working land space. But for example, in the modeling in 2045, you will see the governor's request for 100 million metric tons of carbon removal and capture, while also an 85% reduction per 1279 in anthropogenic emissions. So how those pieces all came together will be laid out today, with more discussion and description of this in the final scoping plan when we release that in the coming weeks. But before I hand it over to the team, I want to touch on the model calibration itself, since we received some questions after the webinar earlier this week by the greenhouse gas inventory team. That team laid out the 2022 edition of the inventory, which goes through 2020. They also talked about some of the adjustments that they made to the methodology for the inventory. So the inventory itself is a larger data set that is compiled from various sources to show how the state's overall emissions are trending. The mandatory reporting regulation requires annual GHG reporting and verification of that data for about 80% of the sources that are ultimately included in that inventory. So the MRR data is a subset of the inventory data collected, and it is verified annually with requirements for enforcement for late reporting or inaccurate reporting. Programs such as the Low Carbon Fuel Standard and Cap and Trade program are implemented using reported and verified data under our mandatory reporting regulation. They do not operate using the inventory data. But what does this all mean for the scoping plan? When we calibrated the pathways model for the scoping plan with the E3, the scoping plan team that was part of this process went through a sector by sector approach using the best available data. So for example, where we had MRR data, mandatory reporting data for sectors, we used it. We know we had all the data for the cement sector reported directly to us, so we used the cement data from the mandatory reporting regulation to help calibrate the pathways model. Where we did not have MRR data, such as fugitive emissions for HFCs, we used inventory data. All of the sectors captured in the AB32 inventory are accounted for in the pathways model. So the modeling results are complete and they account for all of the sources in the inventory using the best bottom-up sector by sector data that we had. Since the beginning, the pathways model has not changed from the draft that was released in May or the data that we released earlier this year. The calibration data for the model remains the same. So what you see today is the same model, the same calibration that we did for the draft plan in May. The only changes in the modeling for the final plan will be to reflect updates in response to the governor's letter, CARB board direction, and new legislation that came into force this summer. Nothing identified in the webinar by the greenhouse gas inventory team earlier this week changes or impacts the scoping plan or the modeling we have done to date. So with that, I will ask Adam Moreno to begin his presentation. Adam.
All right. Good morning. I'm Dr. Adam Moreno, a staff member with the California Air Resources Board, and welcome to the Air Resources Board's workshop on modeling updates to the California Scoping Plan. We are recording today's workshop, and we'll make the recording accessible via the Scoping Plan webpage after this workshop. As a reminder, all attendees are in listen-only mode. When we get to the public comment period, attendees can use the raise hand button to indicate that they would like to comment or ask a question, and meeting organizers will unmute attendees so that they may be heard. There will not be any public comment docket associated with this workshop. Today's workshop will begin with a CARB overview. CARB, E3, Rhodium, and UC Irvine will then share updated modeling and results for the scoping plan. The Environmental Justice Advisory Committee will then have an opportunity to provide feedback, and public comments will begin after the midday break. We will then present more information on the climate vulnerability metric. There will be another opportunity for the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee and public comments, and then we will close the workshop. The objectives for today's workshop are to provide an overview of the revised scoping plan scenario to be included in the 2022 scoping plan, share updated modeling results for AB 32 sources and natural and working lands, including macroeconomic analyses and air quality and health impacts. Share more information on the climate vulnerability metric and hear from stakeholders in preparation for the 2022 scoping plan release. When we get to the public comment process, we're going to follow the process that we've used in past workshops. So that means there will be dedicated time for EJAC members during each of the oral comment periods, after which the general public will have the opportunity to speak. During this general comment period, public comment period, CARB staff will periodically announce approximate numbers of hands, and there will be no ceding of time to others. Ceding of time to others will not be allowed. We request that EJAC members use their dedicated time to make any comments to ensure that they are heard. And please do not email us directly to ask us to give you priority. Just a quick primer on the GoToWebinar platform. During the public participation period, if you wish to speak, you can click the raise hand button in the GoToWebinar toolbar. Then when staff call on you, you will need to unmute yourself to speak by clicking on that red button shown by the microphone icon. Okay, so this slide shows the general climate policy framework. This framework begins with legislation and executive orders that set targets or provide direction to CARB. This direction is then used within the scoping plan development process, which outlines an actionable plan across all sectors. This plan is then used to spur action through the development of regulations and incentive programs. These new regulations and incentive programs will then result in real on-the-ground climate action. On June 23rd and 24th, the board discussed the draft 2022 scoping plan and provided direction to CARB staff to make a number of changes to the draft scoping plan. These changes included increase the vehicle miles traveled target, or VMT, to align with alternative 1, which means aiming for 25% VMT reductions by 2030 and 30% VMT reduction by 2045, relative to 2019 levels. Provide information on household economic impacts by income level and race if possible. Incorporate CARB's recent work on the new climate vulnerability metric to inform resiliency priorities, and add more discussion to the scoping plan about safety considerations for pipelines, injection sites, and capture of carbon dioxide. After the release of the draft scoping plan and during the June board hearing, CARB also heard feedback from many people and organizations around the state and around the country. This includes 980 written comments on our official docket, 141 oral comments at the board hearing, 219 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee draft recommendations, which led to 245 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee final recommendations. And then also, in addition, we heard from many stakeholders through various engagements. Throughout the scoping plan process, public engagement has been a critical component. Since the June board hearing until today, CARB has held 4 public listening sessions, 1 tribal listening session, and has solicited a formal request for consultation with California tribes, to which CARB has currently received 8 requests for consultation, which took place over the past 2 months. In addition to input we've received from the board and the public, the governor and the legislature have also provided us direction on our climate strategy over the past few months. On July 22nd, Governor Newsom sent a letter to Chair Randolph on the draft scoping plan. More specifically, the governor directed CARB to include 20 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2045, an energy transition that avoids the need for new gas-fired power capacity, a target of 3 million climate-ready and climate-friendly homes by 2030, and 7 million climate-ready and climate-friendly homes by 2035, a target of 6 million heat pumps statewide by 2030, a 20% clean fuels target for the aviation sector, and a carbon dioxide removal and capture target of 20 million metric tons in 2030 and 100 million metric tons in 2045. The governor's letter also requested CARB increase the low carbon fuel standard stringency, work with other agencies to accelerate refinery transitions away from petroleum and to clean fuels, and that CARB and CalGEM establish a task force to identify and address methane leaks from oil infrastructure near communities. After the closing of the most recent legislative session on August 31st, the governor also signed a suite of new climate legislation that informs the scoping plan and the state's path to carbon neutrality. This is a list of the legislation that we have identified that influence the scoping plan in some way. These bills include establishing carbon neutrality as a goal in statute, establishing interim clean electricity targets, establishing a CCUS program at CARB, establishing health protective zones around oil and gas infrastructure, providing direction on incorporating clean hydrogen and natural and working lands into the state's carbon neutrality efforts. CARB and our contractors have worked to include this legislation direction in the modeling and text for the final scoping plan. Later this afternoon, we will share the results of work to develop a climate vulnerability metric. As directed by the board, this work will be included in the scoping plan. This new work provides another tool to understand how climate change impacts communities in California. Research has shown that not all communities face the same risk of damage from climate change, and not all communities are equally equipped to manage climate change impacts. The existing social cost of carbon values are global and do not capture the additional burdens in vulnerable communities. The climate vulnerability metric will help to quantify these differences at the census tract level and will assist in identifying where and how to build community resiliency. In line with AB 1279, the governor's direction, the scoping plan scenario provides a path for California to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. This includes all sectors in the AB 32 greenhouse gas inventory and all carbon gains and losses from natural and working lands. To achieve carbon neutrality by 2045, CARB identifies that AB 32 sectors must deploy a broad portfolio of existing and emerging fossil fuel alternatives and clean energy technologies and align with statutes and executive orders. Further, natural and working lands must implement land management activities that prioritize restoration and enhancement of ecosystem functions to improve resilience to reduce negative climate change impacts, including more stable statewide carbon stocks. We're going to now dive deeper into the AB 32 greenhouse gas inventory sectors and natural and working lands. To get us started, we will hear an update on the AB 32 greenhouse gas inventory sources modeling from Jesse Knapstein at E3. After Jesse, Mike McKinnon from UC Irvine will present the updated air quality and health analysis for the AB 32 sectors. And then Emily Wimberger from Rhodium Group will present the updated economic analysis for the AB 32 sectors. After E3, UC Irvine, and Rhodium speak, I'll come back online to discuss the natural and working lands modeling results. All right, take it away, Jesse.
Great. Thank you, Adam and Rajinder. I'm Jesse Knapstein, a senior managing consultant at Energy and Environmental Economics, or E3, as some of you may know it. And today I'm going to give you an overview of the results of E3's pathways model for the scoping plan, specifically focusing on energy emissions and our cost outputs. But first, I'd like to give a huge thank you to the E3 team, specifically Gabe Montaigne, Vivon Malkani, and Jen Cardona, as well as the CARB team for all of their immense support and help throughout this process. You can go to the next slide. Great. So starting with the Scoping Plan 2022 process, this graphic gives a brief overview of what that process looks like and the 3 firms that were hired to do it. You're going to be hearing from each of us today. Starting with E3, the first step in the analysis leveraged E3's in-house California Pathways model, which is an economy-wide representation of energy supply and demand that calculates the resulting greenhouse gas emissions. One way to think about it is just an energy accounting model. It counts all things that use energy and things that produce energy and estimates what the resulting greenhouse gas emissions will be. And we also track the costs associated with all of that along the way, including capital investments and fuels. One thing to note here is that it's not an optimization model, but instead it accounts for a range of user-defined scenarios with inputs driven by the users. So in this case, that would be CARB and the stakeholders, as well as the board. And outputs are annual and statewide for this model, so not super granular. Our outputs of energy and emissions are passed to UC Irvine as an input to their air quality and health impacts analysis, and our costs for the capital and fuel investments from Pathways are passed to Rhodium Group's in-plan model for the macroeconomic analysis, and both of those groups will be following me with their presentations. You can go to the next slide. Great. So today we'll be showing a number of results from the scoping plan scenario, which meets carbon neutrality by 2045. You can go to the next slide. So we also modeled a business as usual reference scenario that we'll be measuring some things from. So you'll see some incremental trends measured from that, just an FYI. This shows the inputs and assumptions of the scoping plan scenario in this table to the right. And it includes a number of changes relative to what we presented in the draft scoping plan to reflect the recently passed legislation, as well as the governor's orders, as Adam and Rajinder went over. So you'll note here for buildings, we still have our 100% new construction starting in 2026 for residential and 2029 for commercial, and 100% sales of all electric appliances by 2035 and 2045 respectively. We have an increased VMT target of 25% below, that should say 2030, actually I just noticed this, that's a typo instead of 2035, and 30% below 2045, so that was an increase relative to the last draft scoping plan. And we also have a number of other measures in the transportation sector, including with the 100% ZEV sales target by 2035, and a number of electrification and hydrogen targets for other transportation sectors, as well as in 10% aviation fuel demand from electric and 10% from hydrogen by 2045, and a ramping up of sustainable aviation fuel for the remaining demand there by 2045. Moving on to the industrial and agriculture sector, we have an aggressive 6% energy efficiency target for those sectors relative to 2019, as well as a number of electrification targets depending on the specific subsector. There's also a role for hydrogen and CCS, especially on cement, which reaches 100% by 2045. Moving to the electricity sector, we changed our targets a bit here relative to the draft. So we have a 38 million metric ton greenhouse gas target by 2030, 30 million metric tons by 2035, and SB 100 by 2045 and thereafter, in line with the CPUC IRP. There were also goals established in recent legislation and the governor's order to establish 20 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2045, no new gas being built on the system, and CCS to meet that 85% economy-wide direct emissions reduction target. Moving down to the carbon dioxide removal and carbon capture target, there's a 20 million metric ton by 2030 target and a 100 million metric ton by 2045 target, and we'll go into each of those in detail to follow. Something to note here is that there were a lot of changes to the modeling relative to the draft, and those changes come by way of measure updates, legislative and policy updates, as well as modeling changes. So it's my recommendation that you don't compare the results from today's presentation to anything that you saw in the draft. We can go to the next slide. Go to the next slide. Great, so moving on to emissions and key metrics. On this slide, we show a number of key metrics from the cases that are meant to show the level of ambition. These are meant to add context to help us better understand what is needed to accomplish these targets and not to make a judgment about the level of difficulty there necessarily. So you'll notice the total gross and net emissions in the chart on the right as well. You can see that we're meeting a 48% reduction in gross emissions by relative to 1990 levels by 2030, which exceeds the 40% target. And by 2045, we reached the 85% below 1990 levels in line with the recently passed AB 1279 target. And moving to net emissions, which includes direct air capture and other carbon dioxide removal, we're reaching net zero by 2045 and actually going net negative, achieving negative 10 million metric tons by 2045. So on the table here, moving to annual build rates, you can see that California's historical annual maximum build over the last 10 years for solar was around 2.7 gigawatts, and kind of the levelized required build rate in the scoping plan scenario is 4.3 gigawatts. So that's just a metric to show the level of ambition of meeting these targets and the increase in solar build that we would need in order to meet that. Same thing with batteries. Today, over the last 10 years, we build around 0.3 gigawatts annually, and our battery build will need to be about 2.5 gigawatts per year in order to meet these needs of this case. Moving on to hydrogen demand and electrolysis. So we're showing two metrics here. One is a percentage of annual hydrogen demand in the case compared to the entire US, so that's at the top there. And one is a back of the envelope calculation of the amount of solar capacity that would be needed if we produced all of the hydrogen with solar energy. So you can see that as a point of comparison for California's total installed capacity of around 82 gigawatts today. So we've got about 13% of the hydrogen demand in the case relative to the US demand today, and 10 gigawatts of solar need for our electrolysis support. Moving on to petroleum refining. So this is a metric to show how much petroleum refining in the state is in 2035 and 2045, just to show the pace of the phase out. So we've got about 50% left in 2035 and 17% left in 2045. And one thing to note on the last two metrics I went over, and this is noted more in the footnote here, is that these were calculated in the draft results using a slightly different approach, and so you should not compare those. Moving on to the next metric, the total CCS, which shows the total CCS required by the scoping plan scenario in 2035 and 2045. So we've got 11 million metric tons in 2035 and 25 million metric tons in 2045, and that's applied to the industrial, petroleum refining, and electric sectors. And then the last note here, the direct air capture required. So point of comparison is there's about 0.01 metric tons of direct air capture online today. And for these cases, we would require around 26 million metric tons by 2035 and 66 million metric tons by 2045. And similar to what I went over for the hydrogen demand, there would be a requirement for generation to support that direct air capture, and that would equate to around 64 gigawatts of solar. And one thing to note here on that is that the hydrogen electrolysis demand and the direct air capture electricity demand were not included in our electric sector modeling. So I'll note that as we go through that, but just something to take note of. You can go to the next slide. Great, so this is showing total emissions broken out by the CARB greenhouse gas inventories for 2035 and 2045. Overall, this chart is showing vast reductions in each sector relative to today. As you can see, ag on the bottom there in dark gold has persistent remaining emissions. There were aggressive measures placed on the ag sector for soil management and other ag emissions reductions, but it is a large contributor of methane emissions. So we do see around a 15 million metric ton reduction in that sector. There's other hard to decarbonize sectors like industry and high global warming potential that also tend to persist, but they do receive large reductions. Building, electricity, and transportation all have very large reductions relative to today. And you can also see here the degree to which CDR is required, the carbon dioxide removal is required to meet the carbon neutrality goals, as well as the carbon dioxide removal targets in 2035 and 2045. You can go to the next slide. Great, so this slide is showing the carbon dioxide removal and capture targets. These are the governor's targets as called for in his July letter to CARB to support his climate goals. And those goals are 20 million metric tons by 2030 and 100 million metric tons by 2045. And it's important to note here that this goal includes emissions reductions from direct air capture, negative emissions associated with BECCS hydrogen or bioenergy with carbon capture and storage, sequestration, and emissions reductions due to urban forestry measures, as well as avoided emissions from CCS on the industrial and electric sectors. DAC is first introduced in around 2030, as you see in the chart, and it ramps towards net zero by 2045. And then you see an increase in CCS applied in 2045. I noted that there was CCS applied to the electric sector to meet that 85% reduction by 2045 and to meet that 100 million metric ton target. So that's what's causing that bump in the 2045 timeframe. More information will be provided in the scoping plan report itself on how each of these pathways and policies fit together, as well as more on the ideal trajectories for CCS and CDR technologies to meet these goals. You can go to the next slide. Great, so this is showing electric sector emissions. So you can see here these emissions over time for the scoping plan scenario. There are strict greenhouse gas emissions targets for the electric sector that were placed on it for the modeling purposes that are in line with the California Public Utilities Commission Integrated Resources Plan or IRP process. And those are 38 million metric tons by 2030, 30 million metric tons by 2035, and meeting and maintaining compliance with SB 100 by 2045. And as I noted on the last slide, there's also CCS applied to the electric sector to meet that economy-wide 85% gross emissions reduction goal. That amounts to around 17 million metric tons of CCS in 2045, and you can see that dip there at the end. Go to the next slide. Great, this is showing oil and gas extraction and petroleum refining emissions. You can see that oil and gas extraction is tracking petroleum refining, and it ramps down in line with that. And you'll also notice that for petroleum refining, we're showing pre and post CCS to show the magnitude of the CCS required to make the reductions in emissions that we're aiming for here. So CCS is assumed to have a 90% capture rate, and it's assumed to apply to all major operations by 2030, which amounts to about 70% of operations on the petroleum refining sector. You can go to the next slide. Great, moving on to non-energy emissions reductions. So overall, you can see there's some ambitious reductions here in these very hard to decarbonize areas. Over each bar, and this is, you'll see this on slides to follow, you'll see some of the primary measure assumptions assumed for the case. So the measure outlined here results in around a 70% drop in methane emissions reductions due to annual animal population reductions, manure methane emissions reduction projects, and enteric methane emission strategies. There's also additional aggressive measures placed on oil and gas and utilization of low global warming potential refrigerants in these cases. You can go to the next slide. Great, so now we're gonna move on to energy demand for key sectors. Next slide. Starting with buildings, so overall you can see a transition away from natural gas here, which is in the dark blue, and towards electricity. And you can see high levels of energy efficiency in line with the CEC's IPER mid-high scenario. We've got a number of electrification targets that I went over in the scenario review. One thing to note here as well is that there was an addition of the clean homes goal by the governor, which was mentioned by Adam, the 3 million all-electric homes by 2030, 7 million by 2035, and 6 million heat pumps by 2030. And then there's additional reductions in line with demand, as well as electrification of 100% of commercial sales by 2045. You can go to the next slide. Great, moving on to transportation. So overall, we see a massive shift away from liquid petroleum fuels, especially by 2045. So that's the dark brown there, and a transition to all other low carbon fuels. This is showing all transportation. So this is on-road transportation as well as aviation, rail, hovercraft, and ocean-going vessels. There's aggressive measures in all of those off-road sectors, as well as including this shift in aviation to electric and hydrogen, which makes up 10% of the aviation for hydrogen and 10% for electric, and the rest for sustainable aviation fuel by 2045. We also see here aggressive reductions for VMT, 25% by 2030, and the additional for 2045. and we have the 100% light duty vehicle ZEV sales target. We also made an update in this round to align with the ACC2 prior to 2035. And you can also see here that we have 100% of passenger and other locomotive sales are ZEV, and the line haul locomotive ZEVs are ZEVs by 2035. You can go to the next slide. Great. Moving on to industrial and ag demand. So demands in this sector are not as pronounced. They're very difficult to decarbonize. Every scenario assumes that 6% energy demand reduction due to energy efficiency. We have a number of electrification targets placed on subsector specific, as well as aggressive assumptions around hydrogen and CCS on some of the sectors, including cement, which sees 40% CCS in 2035 and 100% by 2045. You can go to the next slide. Great, now I'm going to move on to some fuel stock transitions. So these are what will be required to achieve the targets that we just went over and give us an idea of the level of adoption needed for the things that we're aiming for. So what's showed here is the energy demand by fuel use from 2020 to 2045. They give you some idea of the pace of change required to achieve the targets that we just discussed. It should be noted here that biofuels, with the exception of hydrogen, are categorized under their parent fuel. So natural gas renewable natural gas is categorized under natural gas, kerosene is sustainable aviation fuel, and diesel is renewable diesel. So just something to take note there, those are not called out. As you can see, again, there are vast transitions away from fossil fuels, especially by 2045. Each fuel is ramping up or down in line with the measures that we just outlined for each of the sectors and subsectors. So for example, you can see that natural gas in light blue and gasoline in red is ramping down as electricity is ramping up in line with our electrification targets for building, industry, and transportation. There's also an increasing role for hydrogen there, which is shown in green to support many of the hard to decarbonize sectors. You can go to the next slide. Great, so similar to the last slide, this slide is showing fuels combusted in their evolution away from natural gas and liquid petroleum gas towards those low carbon fuels. It shows a significant decline in combustion overall. And a main driver here is the LCFS, or low carbon fuel standard target in 2030, which calls for the 20% reduction in carbon intensity, as well as increasing role for liquid biofuels. And we have our increasing hydrogen need by 2045 for the several sectors that I mentioned in previous slides. You can go to the next slide. Great, so moving us on to the electric sector, if we could hover on this slide for a minute. Actually, go back for just thank you. I think it's important to note here that there's two different models used in this process. So I was previously going over some results from our pathways model. I'm going to transition to talking about results from our resolve model, which actually is an optimization model. It's a capacity expansion model that's also used by the CPUC IRP process and was used in the CEC SB100 study. So this is a least cost optimization, a little bit different than the pathways model, which is user driven and scenario based. So we can go to the next slide, thank you. So this slide shows the magnitude of electric loads resultant from the measures that we outlined in previous slides, specifically from the electrification measures for buildings and transportation, as well as industry. So you'll notice here that loads increase 40% relative to today by 2035 and about 80% by 2045. It should be noted again that the electric demand and loads from direct air capture and electrolysis to produce hydrogen are not included here. And those would result in another around 30 terawatt hours for hydrogen and 175 terawatt hours for direct air capture in 2045. You can go to the next slide. Great, this slide is showing cumulative new resources, or cumulative resource build rather, for 2035 and 2045 respectively. So in addition to obviously what California has already installed of around 85 gigawatts, there's increasing demands for more stringent, as these stringent targets become more binding. So we see increasing resource builds as time goes by. Again, we did not include direct air capture and hydrogen in these cases. That would add about another 75 gigawatts of solar to power those on top of what's shown here. So as you can see here, solar, wind, and batteries make up the vast majority of the new capacity build. We are including the 20 gigawatt offshore wind target as outlined in the governor's letter to the California Air Resources Board. There's also in that letter, there was a direction to not include any new gas capacity. However, existing gas capacity is staying online throughout the cases. It is being utilized mainly as a capacity resource and is being used quite infrequently. So the capacity factor in 2035 is around 15%, and the capacity factor in 2045 is around 10%. You can go to the next slide. We can hover here for a second. So I'm going to shift now to cost. So we do track the capital and fuel costs over time in line with the scoping plan scenario, and track annualized incremental infrastructure costs for the scenario as well for all of the sectors, including transportation, building, and electricity. The key sources used for this analysis, we tended to prioritize California-specific or recent data where possible. All of our inputs and assumptions will be provided in the inputs and assumptions document that's published with the scoping plan itself if you are interested in taking a look there. I just wanted to note here, we do not include macroeconomic inputs or air quality and health impacts. Those will be covered by my colleagues at UCI and Rhodium Group respectively. And those feed into their analysis directly to produce those. So we can go to the next slide. Great. So starting with costs relative to our business as usual. So these are incremental costs for the scoping plan scenario based on what we otherwise would have spent in our kind of reference case. You can see shown here the scoping plan scenario without DAC, or just the scoping plan scenario that includes DAC on the dotted line there. So you can see that costs without DAC are around 0.8 billion in 2030 and around 6.8 billion in 2045. And adding carbon dioxide removal in the form of direct air capture in this chart, we can see a substantial cost increase with DAC to meet that carbon neutrality target. You can see this sort of curve that's happening in the chart here. That's reflective of the fact that the need for DAC is ramping up, but the cost of direct air capture is ramping down actually. And so there's a little bit of a push and pull there. And so if we're looking at that dotted line, the scoping plan scenario, including the DAC, we see around 3.3 billion of incremental costs in 2030 and around 22.2 billion by 2045. You can go to the next slide. Great, and these are showing the exact same cost, but broken out by sector. So these again are relative to our business as usual. These are incremental costs, focusing on 2035 and 2045. And so orienting to the chart on the right, you can see that we have net savings below the x-axis, and positive costs are represented above. And the legend corresponds to the various sectors. So we've got CDR in gray and our industry in green, commercial and residential as in red and gold respectively. So starting on our key takeaways for transportation, you can see that there is net savings in our transportation sector, and that's reflective of the fossil fuel cost savings and reflective of all of those electrification measures that I just went over in previous slides, as well as hydrogen use. And then moving on to our commercial and residential buildings in red and gold, you can see that the electrification stock and energy costs comprise quite a large cost component by 2045 to meet our goals. And for industry, you can see cost savings reflective of the electrification. However, we do have increased costs due to the electricity need for that electrification and CCS. And we have incremental industrial stock costs, but those were not included as part of this analysis. So that's a key area to note. Those increased stock costs for electrification was not included here. And then moving on to petroleum refining and oil and gas extraction. So we see cost savings relative to our business as usual by 2045, and that's due to the ramping down in line with our ZEV targets of those two sectors. You can go to the next slide. Great, I just want to say thank you again to the CARB team and for all of the stakeholders. This has been a really interesting process and a great learning experience, and we are very excited to see the final scoping plan released. And with that, I want to pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Mike McKinnon at UC Irvine, to walk us through the air quality and health benefits.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jesse. So I'm a senior research scientist in the Advanced Power and Energy program at UCI. I want to acknowledge the really important contribution to this work by my colleague, Dr. Shupeng Zhu, and also the leadership of Professor Scott Samuelson. Next slide. So our role in this was to provide an assessment of the air quality and public health benefits that result from implementing the scoping plan. I just want to note that we quantified the health savings only from improvements in outdoor air pollution. There will also be benefits from indoor air pollution from the electrification of building appliances, but those are not included. A key focus for us was providing insight into the health savings that accrue within socially and economically disadvantaged communities. These are, of course, the communities that are currently experiencing unfair burdens from air pollution and are the most vulnerable to the effects of air pollution. So that's where we need benefits the most. To do this assessment, we use an integrated modeling chain, which I'm showing you here. I'm going to talk more about each one of these steps in detail as we go through. So just providing a high-level look at this, we took the output from pathways and used that to understand how pollutant emissions change, how that impacts air pollution overall. Then we quantified the health benefits from improvements in the air pollution, and then specifically we quantified the impacts within disadvantaged communities. Next slide. So before I start, I just want to provide a little bit of background on air pollution. I think everybody on the call has the concept of air pollution understood. It's the stuff in the air, and if you breathe it, it's not good for you, which is exactly right. But if you talk about assessing air quality, the story is a little more complicated, and the story starts with pollutant emissions. So these are the chemicals, the particles, the gases that are released directly from our emission sources, what comes directly out of a truck tailpipe or a refinery stack, for example. There's a lot of different kinds. They occur at different amounts in different places. And we have to understand all that for our modeling. So we use a model called smoke for that. Once these things float up in the air, again, I think in most people's minds, that's air pollution. That's exactly right again. But there's other things that are happening that are important. One of the most important is atmospheric chemistry. So we have these chemical reactions that result in the creation of new pollutants that weren't emitted. Ozone's a perfect example of this. When I say ozone, you can just think of smog. It's the regulated component of smog, but nothing emits ozone. It forms in the atmosphere during chemical reactions in the presence of sunlight. Another secondary pollutant that's really important in California is secondary particulate matter, PM2.5. Of course, some PM2.5 is directly emitted, but an important fraction forms in the air during reactions from gaseous precursor pollutants. While all of this is happening, these things are getting moved around by wind and weather. They're getting trapped by mountains or inversion layers. And all of this in total is what gives us air pollution, what it is, where it is, how much it is. So we have an atmospheric model called CMAQ that we use for this. It's really the key to our assessment. We have to understand all that before we can understand step 3, and this is why it really matters, right? What does this mean for human health? So we use a model called BenMap to understand how improvements in pollution translate to improved health across California populations. Next slide. Starting with step 1, what we have to do for our modeling, what we have to develop is a highly detailed pollutant emissions inventory that's representative of first, the reference scenario, and then second, the scoping plan scenario in 2035 and 2045. So to start, we use a highly detailed CARB inventory that gives us a lot of this information, where stuff is, when is it operating, what are the emissions in total, these types of things. And then we map that inventory to pathways categories, and we're able to project our inventory to 2035 and 2045. We also have to bring in data from other sources that help us account for things like changes in emission rates. A good example of this is diesel heavy-duty vehicles. A diesel heavy-duty vehicle in 2045 is going to be much cleaner than a diesel heavy-duty vehicle today, and we have to account for that. It wouldn't be fair for us to compare to today's technologies. And then we benchmark our reference scenario against the CARB emissions projection tool to make sure we're in the right ballpark. So what I'm showing you in this chart is the reduction in total NOx for the scoping plan. The first bar is our current level of NOx. So you see even in our reference cases, we're getting cleaner, we're getting reductions. From those reference cases, we get an additional 30% reduction in NOx in 2035 and around 60% reduction in 2045. Next slide. So that's total, but now we need to figure out where this is happening. So as I mentioned, we use a model called smoke for that. What I'm showing you in this figure is the reduction in NOx in the 2045 scoping plan scenario relative to the 2045 reference scenario. So where blue is means there's a reduction happening. So blue is good, and the darker the blue is, the better, and that trend will continue through my presentation. But The one thing that you can really see from this is how important the transportation sector is. We know that just from looking at the total emissions, but you can really see the impact of roadways, railways, the impacts of ocean-going vessels, for example. The other place where you see important impacts is in urban regions, particularly Southern California, where the peak impacts are. I want to be clear that that's not because of anything in the scoping plan. It's a result of that area, our area, Southern California, experiencing a high concentration of emission sources. We have a huge population. We have a lot of vehicles. We have ports and refineries. We have a lot of buildings. So that's why you see the peak reductions there. Next slide. So it's only fair in any modeling approach or work, you're going to have to make assumptions. And I want to be clear about some of the assumptions we made just to give some caveats. One thing is that pathways provide statewide averages. So we're not assuming any regionally specific or sub-regional specific deployment patterns. Our base year inventory has all that type of information. So it's just the projection to 2045, which is at the statewide average, but that's important to consider. The other thing to note is we did not assume the siting of any new facilities. Only the locations of existing facilities were considered due to the uncertainty there. However, we did account for increased generation or emissions from any new facilities. It was just assigned to an existing facility. Also, just want to mention that pollutant emissions are generated by a lot of different processes, including ones that are not related to combustion and energy systems, so not impacted by the scoping plan. So for example, biogenic emissions, soil NOx and VOC emissions from vegetation, et cetera. So there are other things impacting air quality. Next slide. Okay, so now that we know how emissions change, the next step is to figure out what that means for air pollution. So I mentioned we use a model called CMAQ to develop that understanding. So the reason CMAQ is a strong tool is it allows us to account for both the primary pollutants that I mentioned, but also the secondary pollutants, the ones that form in the atmosphere, including ozone and PM 2.5. So we put the scoping plan emissions, we put the biogenic emissions, we put in weather, we put in topography, et cetera, and then CMAQ gives us annual differences in PM 2.5 and ozone. We are using a 4 kilometer by 4 kilometer horizontal grid across the state. The way we make sure that CMAQ is working is we simulate a historical year, and then we compare our results to monitoring station data to make sure that we're statistically appropriate for our modeling. One thing that's really important to note relative to the draft scoping plan process is that we used annual simulations for this final assessment. For the draft scoping plan, we used episodic modeling because of the number of scenarios. So that's only 2 months for episodic. And that has a major impact on our health impact results. So I just want to note that they're not directly comparable. Next slide. Okay, so let's look at the air quality results. What I'm showing you here is the improvements in PM 2.5. These figures are showing the improvements in the scoping plan in 2035 on the left and 2045 on the right relative to those reference cases. I think if you have a background in air quality, some of these metrics I'm showing make sense. Probably most of you don't, so I understand it's like what's a microgram per meter cube. So I'd like to try to put some context. These are very large improvements, and I've scaled them so that you can compare them, and it makes it look like the 2035 reductions aren't that important, but they are. The US EPA through the Clean Air Act establishes limits on air pollution, and the limit for annual PM 2.5, the standard, is 12 micrograms per meter cubed. So the largest reduction we see in 2035, and to be fair, it's just in one place in our grid, is about 3.5 micrograms per meter cubed, or around 30% of the standard. So that's a large reduction, and that gets even larger in 2045, which is around 8 micrograms per meter cubed, or about 75% of the standard. Another way of looking at it is within our modeling domain in the reference case, we have around 500 exceedances, or that just means that the level is above the standard. It's not healthy. And that is decreased to around 300 in 2035 in the scoping plan and around 100 in 2045. So these are very large improvements in air pollution. The other thing to note is the spatial location of this, which is in the South Coast Air Basin, Southern California. Again, this is not because the scoping plan was designed to do that. It's because of the emission issue that I mentioned, but also this region is essentially a pollution factory. It's ringed by mountains. We get inversion layers which trap it above. So you see the largest impacts there. And it's important because around half the state's population is there, so it does have important implications for health. Next slide. So I'm showing you the same thing for ozone. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go too deep on this because essentially the story is the same. very large improvements in very important areas. So again, the peak benefits are in Southern California, but that region where you're seeing that dark blue, the largest improvement, currently experiences the worst ozone air quality, not just in California, but the entire US. So it also contains a presence of disadvantaged communities. So these are important places to get ozone reductions. Next slide. All right, step 3, this is why it really matters. What does it mean for health? So we used a model called BenMap to translate those changes in ozone and PM 2.5 into health impacts. And we estimate the total benefits that accrue in 2035 and 2045 only. So just those years. Our selection, so what BenMap does is we put the pollution changes in, we put in projected population data, and then we put in health impact functions that allow us to quantify the number of avoided incidents of health endpoints. The health endpoints we considered are shown in the table. So you can see there's quite a few. But the one that's most important to note is avoided mortality, particularly from PM 2.5. I mentioned the annual modeling issue. This is where it really has an impact. Because we did annual modeling for this final assessment, we could use a different health impact function than we did for our episodic modeling, and that's a more comprehensive function and provides much higher health benefits when we quantify it. So that's the reason I would not recommend comparing with the draft. Next slide. So here's the results. The first 2 columns show you the don't try to read all this. I just put this here in case anyone's interested, but the first 2 columns are the avoided incidence of the health endpoint you're seeing on the far left. And so for example, if you look at the first row, you're seeing 8,000 fewer premature mortality events in 2035 and almost 20,000 in 2045 just from PM 2.5 exposure. I'm a scientist, so I get caught up in numbers, and it's important, I think, sometimes to just take a step back and these first 2 columns, without even getting into the dollar value, just represent improved quality of life. I think it's important to note that these avoided incidents result in things like not having to watch your child go to the hospital for an asthma attack or watching your grandparents suffer episodes of neurological conditions like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. So I think it's important just to note that this cleaner air provides a better quality of life. That being said, we are able to value these, which you see in the far right columns. And the one thing to note here is how, again, important the avoided mortality from PM 2.5 is to the overall valuation. You can see that here. Next slide. So we put this all together. The benefits combined are around 80 billion for the 2035 scenario and around 200 billion in 2045. Looking at this also in terms of where, this is no surprise given that we've seen it through emissions and air quality. Communities in Southern California experience the largest share of the benefits due to the reasons I mentioned. Again, it's 50% of the state population, but the benefits are occurring in other regions. I think in comparison to Southern California, it makes it look not as great, but if you looked at those in isolation, I think they're important. Next slide. So finally, putting this in the lens of disadvantaged community health impacts, we used CalEnviroscreen to identify disadvantaged census tracts in California and then quantified the benefits specifically within those. So on the bottom left, you're seeing the total benefits within those communities reaching around 20 billion in 2035 and 60 billion in 2045. Again, following the pattern, disadvantaged communities in Southern California experience the highest share of benefits. In the bottom right, essentially just showing as a case study the benefits that an individual community might experience. So these are census tracts anywhere from 200 million to 700 million. This is just for 2045, sort of highlighting the importance to an individual community that can arise from the health benefits. Next slide. So just some caveats on this modeling. We held, other than the emission changes from the scoping plan, we held everything else constant, meaning we didn't account for climate impacted meteorology. We didn't put wildfire impacts in here. That's because we didn't want to complicate our results. We wanted to make sure that what we show, we know is coming from the scoping plan. But I want to note both of those because those are really important factors in air pollution. The other thing to note is, again, our resolution, we use this 4 kilometer by 4 kilometer grid. It's around 2.5 miles by 2.5 miles. And then we have methods to reasonably downscale that to the census tract level. We cannot go any more granular than that, though, not accurately. So this doesn't allow us, this assessment, to do individual source impacts, for example, or look at a fence line impact for a neighborhood. So just want to make sure I'm clear about that. Next slide. So these are just some conclusions here. I won't spend a lot of time, but the scoping plan scenario attains really important health benefits in California, particularly in Southern California, and it does achieve benefits within disadvantaged communities. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions later. I believe Emily Wimberger will be presenting next from Rhodium.
Great, thank you, Mike. So I'm going to finish off the modeling presentations by discussing the impact of the scoping plan scenario and achieving carbon neutrality on the California economy. So we've heard today about how different actions across the economic sectors are going to impact emissions, direct costs, and human health. Now we'll focus on the impact on the health of the California economy and jobs. So how do all of these actions and changes actually spread across and really affect the California economy? Next slide, please. Before we get into any numbers, it's really important to put everything in the results in context. So the impacts that I'm going to show today represent the impact of implementing the scoping plan scenario in a specific year. So in 2035 or 2045, relative to the future California economy in that year. So the results are not relative to today's California, but the future California, which is anticipated to grow, as you can see on the slide, from today's level through 2045. And when we get to showing the macroeconomic impacts, they'll be represented as a negative impacts. So this means that the scoping plan scenario will have a slight negative impact in 2035 and in 2045 relative to the reference scenario or the California economy in that year. Okay, next slide, please. So looking at some numbers, and this will be familiar for anyone that attended the draft scoping plan workshop on modeling. The figure on the left shows the projected growth of the California gross state product, which is a metric used to measure the health of the state's economy. Gross state product is anticipated to grow from current levels or 2021 levels through 2045. And on the right-hand side, we see that California employment is also projected to grow from today's levels through 2045. So again, it's important to put the results in the context of a growing California economy. I think we're officially maybe number 4th globally. Next slide, please. So how do we model the impacts of the scoping plan on the economy? So we use a model called the IMPLAN. It's an input-output model that maps economic relationships across 546 industrial sectors, also households and governments. IMPLAN impacts can be analyzed at the state level and the county level, and it relies on data from over 90 sources that is updated every year. Next slide, please. So how do we actually do this? Well, we heard earlier from Jesse about the pathways modeling, which produces emissions impacts and direct costs, so changes in energy and stock costs. We take these costs and then we input them into the IMPLAN model, where these direct costs are then spread across all of these different California economic sectors, households, and the government, which then estimates the direct effects and indirect effects and induced effects of implementing all the different actions under the scoping plan scenario. And then what we get out are changes in spending across different economic sectors, California businesses, and California households. Next slide, please. So this slide outlines how we actually translated those direct costs that were coming out of pathways into IMPLAN. There are 4 different types of costs included in the modeling. There's costs related to carbon dioxide removal or direct air capture. There are costs related to changes in stock equipment. So we're purchasing a different set of equipment, more electric vehicles and equipment under the scoping plan scenario than we would see in the reference scenario. And these stock costs, that change in cost is represented here. There's also costs associated with demand change or energy efficiency measures, as well as changes in fuel. So changes in the mix of electricity versus natural gas, those inputs. So for 3 of these sources, for direct air capture or carbon dioxide removal, stock costs, and the energy efficiency or demand change measures, those costs are passed through to California consumers. So those will be reflected in higher purchase prices for California households that will reduce their ability to spend on other goods and services in the economy. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so now to actual numbers. So Jesse talked a little bit about this. I'm going to sort of reiterate it, but this slide shows the direct costs that are coming out of the pathways model of implementing the scoping plan in 2035 and 2045. Again, these are relative to the costs that we would see under the reference scenario in 2035 and 2045. So in 2035, we're seeing a total cost of $21 billion. These are direct costs. In fuel and stock equipment, and in 2045 the cost is $22 billion to the California economy. Next slide, please. Breaking down these direct costs a bit further, we see that there are fuel cost savings, so represented here as negative costs, $11 billion savings in 2035 and a $23 billion savings in 2045. As well as positive costs associated with carbon dioxide removal, direct air capture, and changes in capital equipment and stocks. Next slide, please. So now we're switching from the direct costs that are modeled in pathways, that were outputs from pathways, that were inputs into IMPLAN. We're switching now to the outputs of the IMPLAN modeling. So again, these results are relative to a growing California economy in 2035 and 2045. These are not cumulative impacts. So this slide shows the impact of the scoping plan scenario on employment in California. On the left-hand side, we have the results that include carbon dioxide removal, so direct air capture. So what that means is under the figure on the left, California actually achieves carbon neutrality in 2045. So the modeling shows that there's a slight impact, a negative 0.4% impact in employment in 2035 and 2045 of implementing the scoping plan scenario. Again, this is relative to the growing California workforce in 2035 and 2045. The figure on the right shows employment impacts of implementing the scoping plan scenario, but not including carbon dioxide removal. So there's lower costs because the costs of direct air capture or CDR are not passed through to consumers, but then you also don't achieve carbon neutrality because we do not get those emission reductions associated with CDR. Under this specification, we see that there is a smaller impact on employment, a negative 0.1% impact in 2035 and a negative 0.3% impact in 2045, again, relative to the growing California workforce. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now let's look at the impact on the California economy. So the metric that we're using there is gross state product. As with the previous slide, on this slide, the figure on the left shows the impact of the scoping plan that includes carbon dioxide removal. So this achieves the carbon neutrality target. And here we see there's essentially no change to the California economy from implementing all the host of measures under the scoping plan. There is virtually no change in 2035 and a slight decrease in negative 0.1% impact on the future California economy in 2045. On the right-hand side, again, these are presenting the results on the California economy, not including carbon dioxide removal, so we don't achieve carbon neutrality. There's actually a slightly larger impact to the California economy. We see that there's a negative 0.1% impact in 2035 and a negative 0.2% impact in 2045. Again, those are without CDR and not achieving the target. Next slide, please. This is my final slide. So to summarize a little bit in the macroeconomic impacts, we find that the scoping plan has a very small impact on the growing California economy and the growing California workforce. As modeled, direct air capture or carbon dioxide removal, it does have a positive impact in jobs. We see that direct air capture in California could result in about 15,000 jobs in California in 2035, about 12,000 jobs in 2045, relative to the reference case under which there is no carbon dioxide removal. CDR or direct air capture can also provide money to the California economy. See about $4 billion in 2035 and about $3.5 billion in 2045. And with that, I conclude my presentation and I turn it back over to Adam.
All right, great. Thanks, Emily. All right. I am now going to present CARB's revised natural and working land scoping plan scenario. As I discussed earlier, the governor's letter to CARB directed CARB staff to include a carbon dioxide removal and capture target of 20 million metric tons of carbon in 2030 and 100 million metric tons carbon in 2045. This target is to include natural carbon removal, mechanical CDR, and carbon capture and storage. Given the governor's targets, the board's June direction to accelerate action in agricultural lands, the passage of AB 1757, and recent funding from the Inflation Reduction Act and the governor's climate budget, staff are increasing ambition in natural and working lands in the updated scoping plan. This increased ambition will support achieving the carbon removal and capture target and achieving carbon neutrality, and will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions from natural and working lands and increase carbon dioxide sequestration in natural and working lands. But because we are now including natural and working land outcomes in achieving carbon neutrality and the carbon removal and capture target, we also need to ensure the carbon dioxide that is removed from the atmosphere and counts towards our targets do not return into the atmosphere just a few years later. This slide shows the actions that changed from the scoping plan for the scoping plan scenario. You can see that ambition has increased in annual croplands and urban forests specifically. For the most part, these levels of action correspond to the action in scenario 2 from the draft scoping plan. This results in almost 80,000 acres of healthy soils practices implemented per year. And to put that into context, from 2017 to 2020, in these 4 years, healthy soils practices were funded on 60,000 acres cumulatively, which is an average of 12,500 acres per year. So our scoping plan scenario constitutes a 5-fold increase in healthy soils practices in annual croplands. The scoping plan scenario also calls for a doubling of funding in urban forests, which as you will see is unprecedented. With the increased level of action in croplands and urban forests, our new scoping plan scenario looks like this. The recommended level of action includes 2.3 million acres of fuel reduction and restoration in forests, shrublands, and grasslands, 150,000 acres per year of regenerative agriculture and cropland conservation, which includes transitioning to organic systems, a doubling of the annual investment in urban forests coupled with improved water use, 46,000 properties per year that come into compliance with defensible space regulations to protect against wildfire, 60,000 acres by 2045 of additional delta wetland restoration, and 13,000 acres per year in additional desert conservation. This graph shows a time series of the change in carbon stocks relative to 2001 that result from the scoping plan scenario. Anything below the 0 line is losing carbon from the ecosystem or are essentially emissions. The scoping plan scenario in black is losing carbon in the ecosystem. Most years, this loss, however, is not as pronounced as the loss that is expected from an average from previous independent peer-reviewed research in the dotted line. Further, the scoping plan is on the more optimistic side compared to all the results from independently conducted future projections in California, as indicated by the gray shadow that shows the range of results from previous peer-reviewed research. Finally, the modeling results for the scoping plan scenario appear to be more optimistic than what is quantifiably happening on the ground, as indicated by the carbon loss shown in the CARB natural and working lands inventory, as shown by the solid blue line. In the end, this slide shows the target that results from the scoping plan scenario for natural and working lands. That target is carbon stocks that are 4% below 2014 levels. This carbon stock loss converted to CO2e for the purposes of incorporating natural and working lands into carbon neutrality equates to an average emissions of 7 million metric tons CO2e per year, which includes all gains and losses from natural and working lands. When isolating carbon dioxide removal from natural and working lands, this carbon stock increase converted to CO2 is 1.5 million metric tons CO2 per year. And this includes the carbon stock increase in urban forests, as these lands are one of the few landscapes that are projected to increase in permanent carbon stocks over time. This slide shows the revised cost and macroeconomic impacts of the scoping plan scenario above our business as usual spending in natural and working lands. This scenario costs almost $6.5 billion annually for natural and working lands climate action. To put this number into context, the governor's multi-year climate commitment includes $54 billion to be spent over multiple years across all sectors of California's economy. Urban forests are the lion's share of the scoping plan scenario costs at nearly $4.25 billion per year. We estimate climate action in healthy soils would have direct costs of approximately $300 million per year. This sector was increased because of the need to improve practices on our agricultural lands to enhance healthy soil, ensure food security, and improve public health. To put this into context, the estimated costs of the increased healthy soils action in the scoping plan funding is approximately 3 times the requested funding from applicants to the Healthy Soils program in 2021. I'd also like to highlight the nearly $2 billion annually identified in the scoping plan scenario to achieve the identified level of action in forest, shrublands, and grasslands to improve climate resilience and prevent catastrophic wildfire. So the scoping plan scenario identifies an unprecedented level of climate action in natural and working lands, and though even with this ambitious level of investment, these lands are still projected to lose carbon by 2045. One cannot assess the effectiveness of this investment, and indeed the scoping plan scenario, in carbon alone. This money in our plan does not just help to enhance carbon in ecosystems, but is helping to bolster and ensure the provision of all of the other things that we also rely on natural and working lands to provide, including water quality and quantity, recreation, jobs, biodiversity, being able to sleep at night not fearing wildfire, and a myriad other things. Though this is an unprecedented level of investment in natural and working lands, it has only minor impacts to the overall economy of the state. The scoping plan scenario will increase statewide employment by 0.1%, will have virtually no impact on gross state product, and will slightly decrease the per capita disposable income by almost 0.15%. This slight increase in employment and decrease in income is a response to the shift of funding to more labor-intensive jobs in support primarily of the large urban forestry investment. Further, CARB estimates that the reduced wildfire emissions as a result of this level of fuels reduction action in forest, shrublands, and grasslands would result in over $3 billion annually worth of healthcare savings as a result of improved air quality. Finally, there are innumerable other unquantified benefits from improved environmental quality that would result with the investment we are identifying. These benefits would assuredly provide additional economic benefits to the state of California and include, but are not limited to, improved recreation, improved water and food security, decreased destruction from catastrophic wildfire, improved mental health, and much more. In summary, when thinking about how natural and working lands contribute to the state's climate goals, it is important to remember that even with all of our effort, we ultimately do not have complete control over natural and working lands. Management can accomplish a lot, but does have its limits. And if climate change is going to occur at the intensity and speed that is projected to, then there is only so much that management can change, and some ecosystems are just going to lose carbon. However, we can choose to lose that carbon through action by reducing fuel for catastrophic wildfires in natural lands and in our wildland and urban interface. And this loss of carbon will result in improved public health and environmental health, economic stability, and conservation of our natural heritage. And though fuels reduction and wildfire will result in an overall decrease in carbon stocks statewide, some ecosystems are projected to sequester carbon going forward. Urban forests, for example, with enough investment in improved watering practices, can increase its carbon stock. The 2022 scoping plan is calling for almost $6.5 billion annually in natural and working lands climate action, which is an unprecedented level of action. And even after the scoping plan is finished, this level of action will again be revised in response to AB 1757, which directs CNRA to also develop targets for natural and working lands. And we look forward to supporting them in any way we can in their effort to further refine these numbers. Through fulfilling AB 1757, CARB will work with CNRA to establish an expert advisory committee and will collaborate with them on enhancing the state's ability to model, monitor, and execute climate action statewide. Okay, so we would now like to open the floor to the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee to provide comments and feedback. So if you would like to speak, please raise your hand, and when you're called on, please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Hi, this is Trish Johnson. I am the staff lead for the AB 32 Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. And I do see some Environmental Justice Advisory Committee members on. Now is your opportunity to ask questions or make comments. Please raise your hand in the GoToWebinar queue. And I can call on EJ Advisory Committee members first with their hands raised. Just giving it a moment since I don't see any raised hands right now, at least for EJ Advisory Committee members. EJAC members, do you have any questions or comments at this time? Please raise your hand if you do. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. I had understood that there would be some comments from EJ Advisory Committee members, but here we go. I do see Connie's hand. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to unmute yourself. You can start your comments. You have to unmute yourself though also. Just giving it a moment here until we can hear. There you go.
Hello. Can everyone hear me all right?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm wondering if I have an opportunity to ask the E3 modelers some questions.
Hi, Connie, this is Rajinder. Yes, you may, the contractors are on here, you may ask them questions. CARB will be taking any of the policy questions and E3 will be taking the technical modeling questions. So please proceed.
Thanks. So on slide 10, petroleum refining emissions is shown with and without application of CCS with a 90% capture rate, and then says that CCS applies on approximately 70% of operations by 2030. Does this mean that about 56% of the emissions are captured then? Am I tracking that correctly?
Jesse, can you please, I'm asking Jesse to clarify that. I understand your question, but I want to make sure that E3 gets a chance to respond to it. Because the total capture is about 70% that takes into account the limited amount of sources at refineries that are easily and readily adaptable to CCS. Jesse?
Yeah, I can give you, I'm looking at the total CCS in million metric tons right now. So I'm happy to give you that number. I can do the quick calculation, but if you just did the math of sort of multiplying the 70% by the 90% capture rate for the total, that would be accurate. But as Rajendra mentioned, there's additional emissions reductions measures that are impacting the petroleum refining sector overall. So I'm looking at for 2030, it's around 12.3 million metric tons, and in 2045, it is around 28.2.
Great. I wanted to clarify what was attributable to CCS. And then another clarifying question first. Do the electric sector numbers include capacity to produce transportation hydrogen?
And sorry, I want to augment my last statement. It's 2.8. Sorry, not 28. And sorry, what was your question?
Do the electric sector numbers include capacity produce transportation hydrogen? And slide 20 suggests, it seemed like you suggested that it wasn't. Are the costs of hydrogen also assumed to be off-grid or simply just not included?
Yeah, that's a great question. So just to answer the last one first, the costs are entirely included, including the cost of generation. The builds for the support of hydrogen electrolysis and direct air capture are not included in our electric sector build. So generally, you can think of this as us being agnostic as to where the hydrogen electrolysis or direct air capture is being built, within the state or outside of the state. But the cost of both of those technologies includes the cost of generation required to support them.
And I noticed that there was, I can't remember which slide now, or I'm looking at my notes, but there was SMR and biomass methane reforming hydrogen also in there. Are there proportions of what type or what the method of production for hydrogen is in terms of what's assumed?
Yes, and it's based on the feedstock. So for the bioenergy and carbon capture and sequestration for hydrogen, that's based on the amount of feedstock that we assume is available. And there's generally a very fast transition sort of away from SMR in the beginning towards electrolysis and BECCS in the later years. So there's a breakdown of that in the detailed outputs if you want to take a look at it, but there's not a strict sort of trajectory instituted.
Are the detailed outputs online right now?
That's a Rajendra and Carb question.
Yeah, thanks, Connie. We are finalizing the spreadsheets to have them available in similar format as what we put out with the draft plan in May. So those will be posted when we put out the final plan in the coming weeks.
Is it possible to get some of those hydrogen breakdowns in advance of that?
We can go back and look at it, but whatever we put out, we want to make sure it's available to everyone and not just give some information through emails to individuals. So we can go back and look at it and see if we can put out some general information.
Absolutely. I think it'd be important for everybody, the entire public, to know.
Yeah, and generally, maybe just to provide a little bit more color on that. So the transportation hydrogen is coming from the BECCS hydrogen, and the rest is from grid hydrogen after we phase out SMR. So it's about a 50-50 split.
What's the currently assumed BECCS hydrogen?
Sorry, could you clarify your question?
The vast majority of hydrogen now is steam methane reforming, so I'm wondering what the ramp up of BECCS hydrogen looks like.
So I can help here. So what happened in the draft scoping plan is that we assumed that all of the hydrogen would be off-grid electrolysis. As we continue to work on the final scoping plan, it became clear that we would not have 41 gigawatts of additional renewables off-grid to support sole electrolysis for hydrogen for all of the needs across transportation, industry, et cetera. And so what you'll see in the final scoping plan is a mix of some BECCS and some biomethane reformation as we build out enough electricity, renewable electricity, to actually move over to electrolytic hydrogen to meet all the demands in the coming years. But the specific details on how much is BECCS hydrogen, I think that's going to be embedded in some of the modeling outputs, and that's one of the things that we can look at for putting out in a bit more detail before we put out the full spreadsheets.
Thanks so much. These details around hydrogen are actually really important because as many folks know, refinery communities and the currently existing hydrogen infrastructure, gray hydrogen or steam methane hydrogen, are co-located in refinery communities, and we've been seeing increases in PM2.5 and increases in GHGs during the duration of the cap and trade program, and we really hope that CARB would look to decreasing pollution in those regions as opposed to increasing pollution. Already we in Richmond are seeing applications to increase emissions in order to produce excess hydrogen that wouldn't be used for refining but would be used for transportation fuels. So a really judicious amount of hydrogen in the scoping plan is something that we would really, that our communities really need. I'm also wondering what the cost assumptions behind petroleum's refinery sector CCS are.
I don't think the cost assumptions have changed since the draft for CCS in the near term, right, Jesse? We did not update the cost from what's out in the draft.
No, that's correct. They're the same as in the draft, and it's around $110 per ton. And then there's additional costs associated with the electricity required to support the efficiency hit from CCS on petroleum refining as well as the industrial sector.
And I want to just make one comment on the hydrogen piece. We never assume fossil gas as a feedstock for hydrogen. It's always either biomethane with SMR, BECCS, or electrolytic.
So what is the 50-50 number that Jesse spoke about, BECCS and like for the near term?
Biomethane.
Yep, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jesse.
BECCS and electrolysis. So that's the hydrogen produced via electrolysis through green generation.
I think based on Connie's questions, we should put an action item for ourselves to make sure that whatever we put out has clarity on the hydrogen resources and feedstocks. I know we were planning to do that and we were flagging this, but I think that her questions are going a little bit deeper, so we need to make sure we put out a bit more detailed information there than we may have been planning for.
I'd love to know where the 70% CCS refinery emissions reduction rate came from, and whether that was an input into pathways that came from CARB or from E3's research.
It was something that we discussed across E3 with CARB, because we do have refinery sector experts at CARB. We regulate those sources. And so what we really were looking at was what kind of units at refineries lend themselves to CCS. And as we put out in the draft scoping plan, what we're really talking about is hydrogen production units, combined heat and power units, catalytic crackers. And then we acknowledge that each configuration of the refinery is unique to its footprint, on-site operations, and the types of crude oils processed. But there wouldn't be the ability to build some kind of capture over an entire refinery facility and capture all of the CCS or capture all of the carbon for every point source there. So it's really about which point sources lend themselves to CCS.
And I'm wondering what the E3 team's comment on the reasonableness of the 70% assumption is. In modeling, these are all assumptions, right? And so there's sort of an error margin, an understanding of feasibility and reasonableness. And so I would like to hear a qualitative sort of reflection on that from E3, if that's possible.
I mean, I'll just say that these are scenario-based results, and so they're all based on our assumptions about the future. It's not an optimization, right? So in terms of, I guess, just the accuracy, it's the model sort of does what we tell it to. And so if you look through the detailed inputs and assumptions, you'll see that we are very prescriptive in the sales targets and the fuel blends and things like that as we move through the lifetime of the modeling process. I think to your question of feasibility, I think that was sort of what that key metric slide is meant to show. There's a number of different tacks you can take to measure feasibility. So there's the electric sector grid build, which I think it could be substantial depending on where the DAC and hydrogen build are required. But I don't think that California has shied away from these targets in the past, and especially in the electric sector, we have met and exceeded all of our targets in terms of clean generation. In terms of cost, it actually is in line with what we're seeing in terms of the sort of net zero targets across the United States. And so I don't think that in terms of like feasibility of cost impacts, we're seeing too much. And I think Emily actually touched on that in her presentation as well. That California's economy is just so large that, I think from a feasibility perspective of being able to host these costs, it's in line with what we're seeing in other economies. Yep.
But Jesse, I think more broadly, we are saying to the model what to put in place and where to put it and the rate in which to place it. So the outputs from the modeling reflect a perfect implementation of the assumptions that we put in there. As part of the final scoping plan, we will be doing an uncertainty analysis to talk about what happens if there are delays in some of the things happening on the ground and what that means for emissions in 2030, because there was an additional request that we focus a bit more on the near-term target for 2030. So I think it's not just about refineries. I think it's broadly across all sectors. We take the same approach. We put in what we think can happen, is cost-effective, technologically feasible, and then the model gives us an output. And that output is only realized if all of our assumptions happen on schedule or are possible on schedule. So we can't perfectly predict the future, but we can say this is what we think can happen or should happen. And then there's also the uncertainty around all of the new energy supply that needs to come on and the deployment of technology, obviously, such as some of the CDR, CCS, and zero emission technologies for transportation and heat pumps, et cetera. All of that is picked up as part of the uncertainty analysis in the final plan.
Well, certainly look forward to the uncertainty analysis. Of course, I'm really looking forward to hearing more about the climate vulnerability index and analysis later today. But it also occurs to me that, we know all too well in environmental justice communities, predominantly low-income communities of color, as a result of the history of redlining of state-sanctioned racism, that these communities are going to be hit the hardest by climate change. And they're going to be hit the hardest because not all communities are equally exposed to pollution from fossil fuel infrastructure like refineries. And that's exactly why we need direct emission reductions in these communities. And I think that the federal proceedings that have brought to light fossil fuel industry emails, memos, I think it's broadly known that refineries in California have been running a really thin margin, and and there's lots of investigative reports now showing that we're seeing oil companies shed their oil and gas liabilities because there are multi-billion-dollar liabilities for cleanup, and they leave taxpayers with toxic messes to clean up, and communities that have been divested from to live through that process. And our communities now are struggling with that toxic remediation delay all over the state already. So I'm a little bit disheartened to see that the direction from the legislature to have an 85% reduction, and I'm talking about AB 1279, and that there's a priority to implement direct emission reductions or prioritize direct emission reductions, and to see that it looks like to meet those targets, there was simply sort of magical drop-off in emissions attributed to CCS and DAC. And I guess I'm curious to know if that is what is happening here, and whether there was specific instruction or what exactly changed as a result of AB 1279.
So I think it's worth noting that the oil and gas sector and the refining sector in the scoping plan are coming down in terms of output based on the demand side. And so that is something that has not changed since the very beginning of the process that we started. And that is something that Chair Randolph asked us to add text around in the scoping plan. So in the final plan, you'll see some text around it. So the first driver is going to be reducing demand and looking at what that means for reducing output at those refineries. And that's what you're seeing in the modeling. To the extent that those assets need to stay online to produce fuel for the ongoing demand, we still want to do everything we can to limit the amount of CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. And so to the extent that they're still needed, we added CCS on those. And to the extent that there's now 1279 with an 85% anthropogenic target for 2045, we realized that we weren't getting to 85% with just CCS on refining and cement, and that we weren't going to add it to oil and gas extraction because there in 905 there's a prohibition on using CCS for EOR, so that is respected in the scoping plan. But to hit that 85%, we had to also look at the electricity sector, and that is where you have some fossil generation that stays online, not increasing capacity, but existing capacity that stays online to meet the reliability needs. And so we did apply CCS to the electricity sector. That doesn't mean that that future is a foregone conclusion for any of the sectors, because every 5 years we get to look at the scoping plan, we get to look at emerging technologies, we get to look at costs for some of the technologies that we flag now and understand if we need to adjust what that future needs to look like. But based on the targets, based on the projected demand and the supply that we will need, the scoping plan does indicate that CCS is needed to hit that 85%. And 1279 does not prohibit using CCS to hit that 85%.
I really think that our environmental justice communities deserve more than an accounting exercise to secure their futures. It's a little bit disappointing that it's a lot disappointing, and I think it's potentially short-sighted that there isn't a way to make clear that the numbers don't add up. And if we consider the feasibility of CCS, if we consider the fact that it hasn't been proven at scale, the fact that we have Department of Energy leadership and officials, some of the smartest folks in the field, saying that CCS is not the right solution, certainly not the right climate tool for the refineries, and that we really need to plan for an infrastructure transition. And we also have emissions, and if we want to make the numbers add up, we have emissions on the table, you know, in the electricity sector, in the transportation sector, and CARB could make the numbers add up in a way that it is more just. And CARB could also take the accounting that's been done and say, we need to do better by our communities than this. And I hope that that's what the cardboard will ultimately do.
Thanks, Connie. I think you will see a lot of that reflected in the plan. We do talk about the need to phase out of combustion of fossil fuels everywhere that we can as quickly as possible. And that's what we've tried to reflect in the scoping plan, the final plan. And so I don't think there is misalignment there. I think that the GOE comments, there's always more than just something that's tweeted. And we did follow up with the folks that were attending that to understand that it is more about, is keeping CCS on a petroleum facility the right solution? We don't think the refinery should continue as petroleum energy production, because ultimately we want petroleum out of our system. But that is acknowledged in the ZEB executive order and the governor's letter to us, which is about transitioning those assets to produce the clean energy that we know we want to move towards. And so I think that the question isn't the endpoints here. The question is really, how quickly is it possible? And what do those assets look like once that transition happens? And I think that's where some of the discussion around implementation of projects really needs to happen. But I also know that if we don't build out for the future that we want, or transition for the future that we want, we're going to be right here in 5 years where we're still looking at the same numbers on how much fossil fuel we use in our transportation sector. So I think your points are well made. I think we're going to show that we're in alignment with many of them. But I think the key thing is here is going to be, we need to build for the future we want. And that's where we're seeing the biggest uncertainty right now.
Refineries simply can't produce the energy that we want. They're not designed to. They're inherently polluting. There's not a one-to-one conversion of liquid fuels in the charts themselves. We can see that the brown petroleum bars don't add up to the other liquid fuels that are on the table, even if we don't go into whether the other liquid fuels on the table should be there or not. And I think we both agree there's a decline, but I think what we're seeing here is a misalignment around the role of a very, very expensive, very, very, very costly technology that the fossil fuel industry has wanted and has explicitly said is a part of a plan to continue the life of their polluting infrastructure. And our communities who have been living with the disproportionate burden of pollution and dying at exponentially greater rates deserve more from our air pollution protection agency. And these are the same communities that are going to be hit hardest by the climate crisis. We have already seen that. So I would urge you to go back to the drawing board on evaluating CCS in refineries and to think beyond this particular run of a model and accounting exercise and really think about the impact on people's lives. Thanks very much for your time.
Thanks for your comments and engagement.
Thank you, Connie. That completes the comments from the EJ Advisory Committee members.
All right, great. Thanks. Well, we will go to a break now, and we will be back here at 12:30. All right, welcome back, everyone. We'd now like to open the floor to public comments and feedback. So if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand, and when you're called on, please unmute yourself. So, okay, we can go ahead and start. Lon, do you want to run this part?
Adam, this is Maureen Hand, and I'll be calling on the people who have their hands raised, it looks like we've got about 7 people right now, with a few more we're just adding. So the first person is Julia May. Let's see, Julia. Sorry, just a moment here. Okay. I have unmuted you and you should be able to speak.
Thanks, Julia May from Communities for a Better Environment. I have a question for E3 on refineries. We appreciate your intensive work. We do believe E3 also has a responsibility to ensure modeling passes the smell test, and that you're not just including numbers provided to you. Your reputation also is built on using reasonable assumptions. As context for my question, CARB previously publicly agreed more than once that it's not feasible to meet earlier assumptions of widespread CCS at refineries by 2030 because none currently exist at refineries. They take many years to engineer, permit, and construct. And they also need new federal CO2 pipeline safety regs to transport CO2. So we're very surprised to see these wildly unrealistic refinery assumptions again. And beyond the seriously unrealistic timeline, to follow up with more detail on Connie's question regarding the 70% refinery operations covered by CCS, it sounds like E3 did not look at each separate large CO2 emitting process within refineries, but instead was given an across-the-board number of 70%. But within refineries, we did look at what parts are the large CO2 emitting processes in refineries through Title V permitting. And these do go well beyond hydrogen plants and FCC units assumed by CARB. So you would need to cover much more, including crude oil distillation, catalytic reforming, coking, hydrocracking, and other major processes to get to 70%. So could you confirm that you did not look at actual emissions from the major subparts of the refineries? I'm sure that CARB must have those detailed refinery reports in the inventory, and I'd just like to know and confirm what E3 looked at, and appreciate your work.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm going to let CARB chime in on this as well, as they helped us develop these input assumptions, but it was a relatively high level assumption on the overall operations for the largest sort of major petroleum refiners in the state. And that equated to around 70% of total operations. And we did not get into the sort of granular application of CCS on individual operations within the petroleum refining sector. CARB, would you like to provide any additional color?
Yeah, thanks, Jesse, and thanks, Julia, for that question. Because it's the scoping plan, we don't go into every facility by facility review. And Jesse is right that we looked at the overall general, what could be captured, and many of the units that you mentioned earlier are part of the things that we list in the scoping plan as pieces that could be subject to CCS. I think that there are multiple things to consider here. One is, yes, we delayed the application of CCS to reflect that permitting takes a very long time, and we put it out at 2028 as something being online. The pipeline FSMA piece right now is just been passed in August, and I know that there's going to be continuing work at FSMA to get that resolved. That doesn't mean that nobody breaks ground until it's done. People can start looking at and evaluating what could be subject to CCS, what the potential is. It's going to be different at every refinery. We absolutely acknowledge that too. But I think by the time you get out to 2028, we already see huge uncertainty across the board, because a lot of things have to be permitted. It's not just CCS. And whether we hit the 40% or something greater than 40% in 2030, CCS is not going to be the make it or break it, because it's such a small part of the overall energy transition that needs to happen here. And the uncertainty analysis will speak to that overall, because the issues on permitting that are causing us to delay the application of CCS apply across several sectors of the economy. I'll also note that the governor asked for a 20 million metric ton carbon capture and removal target for 2030. And so this does actually show responsiveness to his request, because we know that the natural working lands will not be able to on net sequester that amount by 2030 just because of the carbon stocks that have been built up, and that CDR is much more expensive and unlikely to scale up by then. And even on CDR, I will note that permitting will be a similar story. And if you have to do DAC with pipelines and 905 language remains as is, then we will miss that 20 million metric ton target in 2030 as well, as the governor asked for.
Okay, the next person with the question is Marjane Moini. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Okay, so Marjane, you should be able to unmute. Yes, and you should be able to speak now.
Thank you. My name is Marjane Moini. I'm a cancer doctor, and I've taken care of actually a lot of cancer patients who live in the vicinity of refineries in Contra Costa County for over 20 years. I appreciate the board's effort to improve the scoping plan by not investing in new gas power plants. So thank you, and your commitments to phasing out refineries and extraction. But the modeling is still centered on putting the interest of fossil fuels ahead of common sense and ahead of science and ahead of, above all, ahead of the needs of our communities. So real solutions do exist. EJ Communities put forward the Real Zero plan that is based on emission reduction and community needs, but for some reason, CARB staff has not embraced the plan. It was not even reflected in environmental review. It was not looked at. In medicine, when a specialist doesn't know how to solve a medical problem, we get a second opinion. I think CARB really needs a second opinion on how to effectively support natural carbon sequestration and how to realistically assess the role of technological carbon removal, which still doesn't really exist at scale, and how to calculate social cost of industrial carbon removal to overburden communities, including you're including CCS, it seems like, into carbon removal, which I think that's questionable, and also the health benefits of natural sequestration, because in the modeling that you showed, none of them were really looked at. We all know Obama administration invested in CCS with nearly all of the projects failing, and I've heard it repeatedly today that since natural working land cannot come up to scale, which is very surprising because actually natural sequestration is the most scalable way of capturing CO2 to draw down CO2, then we are relying on CCS. There's really no evidence that you can actually capture this much carbon within 8 years. There's no way you can actually sequester them or store them. You admit yourself that the pipelines are not going to be built within that short period of time. It seems like this is just a magic box that we're just putting things in and just assuming, because we don't know how to really support natural working land, then this must work. Even Jennifer Wilcox from Department of Energy at the Stockton CCS meeting, and you guys were all there, said that CCS on refineries really doesn't work. And CCS is water intensive, introduces health harms to communities at every step of the way, and none of that is accounted for. So honestly, I am frightened, I'm disappointed. It felt like watching the movie Don't Look Up. So I just hope that you guys can go back to the drawing table and come up with something that gives us hope, gives our communities hope. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. And I just want to make some observations, because the overall scoping plan transitions off of fossil fuels by over 90% by 2045. That is a huge benefit to communities that are burdened by fossil fuel combustion air pollution today. So overall, the plan is designed to help improve air quality, and more importantly, improve it in a larger proportion for communities that live near freeways and live near large stationary sources. So that is what the plan is designed to do. In terms of second opinions, I would say that we've had a public process, as we do on most of the work at ARB and public agencies, for over a year and a half now. We've had multiple workshops, consultations, we've engaged with experts. We've had the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. The board has listened and weighed in on the different aspects of views out there. The legislature has weighed in. The governor certainly has weighed in. And so this isn't something that was set in motion and moved forward as is from day one. It has been an ongoing evolution in the design and the finalization of the final plan that we're going to take to the board in December. On the natural working lands piece, I think it's important for my colleague Matt to speak to that, because I think that there is often a missed opportunity or misperception of what natural working lands can or can't do. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Matt.
Yeah, thanks. So I want to start by just reiterating a few points that Adam made, and that is that within the scoping plan and the work that we did for this workshop and for the scoping plan, we are putting forward a proposal that has really significant action happening on natural and working lands. So really ramping up our activity to improve forest health across California, really ramping up our activity to improve soil health through deployment of healthy soil practices and also organic agriculture, improved community benefits and outcomes for ramping up urban forestry investments and action, as well as wetlands restoration. And so what you'll see from us, and I wish that we worked really closely with our sister agencies on these outcomes, but what you'll see from us is that, we are really pushing for those natural and working land solutions to help support us in terms of our climate objectives, but also the objectives that we have around water quality and biodiversity and healthier ecosystems. And what we've done though is show that when you ramp those actions up, you also need to look at not just the carbon increases, but also what are the emissions that come from lands. And so this modeling in the scoping plan, we've included things like wildfire emissions to be able to give an honest and accurate assessment of not just the carbon benefits from a sequestration perspective, but also the greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from these lands. And we've built up a debt, quite frankly. We've created a level of high carbon stocks in our forests for a century of forest management activity. And with that debt that we've built up, we are going to see more emissions coming from natural and working lands, particularly from our forests, as those fires happen and pass through the landscape. And so we're providing what we think is an honest assessment of what will happen across our various landscapes, both from an emission standpoint and a carbon sequestration standpoint.
Okay, the next person is Beverly Deschaux. And Beverly, I see your name on here twice, so I don't know if you have two devices, but I've unmuted both of them, I think. So can you please unmute yourself? Beverly Deschaux. Okay, and I'm sorry, I should have given people a little bit of a warning. So we have Beverly.
Okay. Here I am. Okay. Sorry, wait a second. I'm sorry. The reason I'm on oh shoot, it's not going off. The reason I'm on two devices is because sometimes I can't do it on one or the other. I'm sorry. You're hearing I don't know how to turn off the other one. I'm sorry.
How about Beverly? We'll come back to you in just a moment, okay? And I should have announced the next three so that people are aware and are prepared. So after Beverly, we'll have Claire Broom, David Backens, and then Bonnie Benawal. If Claire, if you are ready now, maybe we'll go to you and then back to Beverly. Sorry for the confusion here. Okay, Claire, are you able to unmute yourself? Claire, can you unmute yourself? Oh dear, no, sorry.
Like Claire Brown or Claire Broom. There are two of us. Okay, now.
Claire
thank you.
Broom. Yes.
Yes.
All
Or
right.
do you want Claire Broom or Claire Brown?
Claire Broom, please, and then we'll go back to
Okay.
Beverly.
And I think I'm now unmuted since you answered my question. Good afternoon. I, first of all, really want to commend CARB and specifically Rajender and Adam for a phenomenal amount of work that is responsive to multiple stakeholders with competing and different perspectives. What you're trying to do is extremely difficult and complex, but it's also extremely important. So I would like to both ask questions and comment on two areas. One is clearly you have a mandate to produce reductions in emissions, and you have primarily chosen to do that with the carbon capture and sequestration approach, which, as you've heard from previous commenters, there's a lot of questions about the feasibility. I think there's also questions about the cost. Do your cost estimates incorporate the very substantial subsidies and government funding that is being funneled into carbon capture and sequestration? And the reason I think that's important is I like the increase in urban forestry. It makes sense, but Adam stressed several times how expensive it was. But I just want to be sure the costs are being accounted for equally in the two sectors. Secondly, there definitely are questions about the feasibility and persistence of sequestration in croplands and other natural and working lands. But there's reason to document that the models underestimate the potential for sequestration in croplands. They're based primarily on conventional agriculture, and there's certainly data in the literature suggesting there can be substantially more sequestration in croplands with regenerative agriculture and also particularly organic acreage. And we do appreciate that CARB does include targets for % of organic acreage. I would urge you in your considerations of uncertainty to look at the likely greater potential for sequestration in croplands that also can be pretty substantially scalable and accomplished more rapidly than the time it takes to grow trees. So we look forward to the release of the final model, but I hope those issues are included in the uncertainty. I also wanted to question Jesse. When I looked at the resolve model as part of the integrated resource planning, as you say, it optimizes to select least cost, but there was only one category for photovoltaic that was not behind the meter. That is, it does not differentiate between solar generation requiring the transmission grid and solar generation on the distribution grid. And that's very important because, for this modeling exercise, because selecting on the distribution grid in front of the meter can potentially result in electricity costs that go down. Since the cost analysis has a number of entries for electricity costs to industry and consumers, the trends in electricity costs really need to do appropriate modeling of distribution grid resources, including solar and storage. Furthermore, land use, the governor also has his 30 by 30 initiative. And it's sort of terrifying as a conservation-minded person to hear you talk about the level of solar that is required with the assumption for hydrogen, for the electricity sector goals. If you assume all of that goes on requiring transmission, the land use implications are enormous. Over the past 5 years, half of new solar in California has been on the distribution grid. So, you know, a long windup to a question of how are you incorporating the potential of distribution grid solar and those and storage and those implications for electricity costs and land use feasibility.
Thank you for, I think there were 3 topics there. One was the reliance on CCS CDR, another one was the natural working lands, another one was distribution versus transmission infrastructure. So I'm going to start and then kick it to Jesse really quickly, and then we'll make sure we leave time for the natural working lands team to speak to the natural working lands piece of this and the 30 by 30 target that's in executive order. So first, the focus is not to rely on CCS CDR. Primarily, we first looked at opportunities to transition off of fossil fuel combustion anywhere and everywhere we could, with very aggressive assumptions about electrification, use of hydrogen, use of other non-combustion technologies. What that means is that if we see a over than 90% reduction in fossil fuel use in 2045, whether it's gas or liquid, that is a real transition away from those fuels. That is not CCS, that is not CDR. That is a move away from fossil fuels as the primary energy source to something that is not a combustion or fossil fuel related energy feedstock there. So I think we want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the fact that a lot of conversation is happening around CCS CDR, but the plan overall is really about transitioning away from fossil fuel anywhere and everywhere, and it's one of the most aggressive plans that we've seen developed by a subnational jurisdiction or even a national jurisdiction. For us to be successful there, I think this is where it gets into the question about transmission versus distribution and a footprint for renewables. There is a huge amount of energy that we are going to have to build to transition away from fossil and get away from combustion of those fuels across the economy. Where that is built and whether it's built in the time frame that we need it have huge uncertainties around those. Those include permitting, those include local opposition, whether it's you don't want to look at solar panels or wind farms outside your window or your kitchen window, or whether it's transmission access that we're seeing not just in California, in other states. A lot of people just don't want to see the new infrastructure built, even if it's going to ultimately support a transmission away from fossil fuels. So with that, Jesse, do you want to speak to the piece about distribution versus transmission system for solar? And then we can send it over to Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. There was one question, just to provide a bit more color, there was a question around whether or not incentives were included in the CCS CDR, and I will note that we did not include the IRA, but that will be included in the uncertainty analysis, I believe, but Rajinder can speak more to that. Do you want to add anything to that, Rajinder?
Yes, so the source of the money is agnostic in the modeling. What we show is how much we need to achieve in terms of the build out of the things that help reduce fossil fuel dependence or help keep from CO2 from being emitted into the atmosphere. When IRA came online, what it did was it allowed us to say reaching the ambition that we want will be less costly because now there's a new source of funding to help pay for some of that infrastructure that we're going to need. But the costs that were presented by RODIAM do not take into account any of the underlying incentive programs at the federal level or the incentive programs at the state level. Those would be an adder in terms of reducing the cost to get to those outcomes. So that is kept separate. All right,
Thanks.
Jesse, back
Yeah.
to you.
And speaking to the distributed generation solar versus grid scale solar, that's a really great point. And maybe just one point of clarification that there's two different buckets for solar that are modeled in the scoping plan scenario. One is the grid scale solar and the other is labeled customer solar in the presentation. That actually is more accurately defined as distributed generation as defined through the IPER, the CEC IPER process, and it is aligned with that forecast, which is provided by the load serving entities in California. And that actually includes distribution connected solar as well as behind the meter solar for their territories. You make a good point that there are cost reductions that can be achieved through installation of solar, especially in capacity constrained sort of local reliability areas. This was a statewide representation of the electric grid, and so some of those dynamics are a little washed out, but in those LSC plans, those are considered, and so there is sort of a representation via that IPER distributed generation forecast.
All right, and then I'll take a couple of the comments and questions on natural and working lands. And so a couple of pieces in terms of looking at the costs of urban forestry investments. We looked to provide parity with how we approach costs in the AB 32 inventory sectors, where we look at the cost for things like pruning and planting and maintenance associated with urban forestry. So the costs that Adam mentioned are the direct costs, and that's similar to how we approach direct cost estimates in the other sectors. And then on the pieces about soil carbon and regenerative agriculture, so what we looked to do as part of the scoping plan process was to assess what would be the carbon, but also the N2O methane emissions and changes associated with deploying agricultural practices that we have the data and the science to back in terms of what those outcomes could be. And so what we do see in the deployment of these agricultural practices, things like compost application and reduced till and cover cropping and others, there's a list of them there in our scoping plan, our draft scoping plan that we modeled, is that you do get carbon stock increases in the agricultural system, but those come with additional N2O emissions, because on net our agricultural system is an emitter because of those N2O emissions. And so there's trade-offs here. As you push for more carbon in the soil, you might get higher nitrogen and N2O emissions, and these were borne out by the complex modeling that we did as part of the scoping plan. So there's still benefits to those practices, and we are absolutely, pushing for those to be increased because of the greenhouse gas reduction benefits on net that are accomplished, the N2O emission reductions relative to a baseline and a reference case, as well as the carbon stock increases. But what we did find is that our agricultural lands, even with significant increase in deployment of things like organic ag and these healthy soils practices, will still remain to be emitters over time. And I think that's it. Maureen, I want to hand it back to you for the next commenter.
Hello. I see that I'm unmuted. Do you hear me?
Whoops, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, okay, so Beverly, please, you will be next, followed by David Backens.
So am I next, as in now?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. I'm sorry. I was just getting into the house, and I have it on both devices. I don't know if you could hear me at all. I have it on both devices because sometimes one works and the other one doesn't. So thank you for your patience. And so my name is Beverly Deschaux. I'm the president of the Electric Vehicle Association of California Central Coast. We are an organization who has introduced electric vehicles, has been promoting electric vehicles for over 50 years, when our Silicon Valley engineers were putting electric vehicles on the moon and said, why not on the Earth? So we are ecstatic to see the progress, and we thank you for all of the work that you've done in putting all this together. And I have a few comments and questions here. One, I want to follow up with the Environmental Justice Advisory, that what we know about the carbon, the CCS, is that it has a huge energy requirement, and that energy requirement is coming from fossil fuels, and it ends up being cost prohibitive, I know. So the cost in terms of what I have come to know, and I don't know if this is completely accurate, but what I have come to know is that it requires more output in terms of energy and more money output than it's actually saving to the environment. So I would hate to see for us to be thinking that we're accomplishing emissions reduction and actually putting more into the environment. So that's one point. The other point is I really wish, yesterday I was on the all day, went from 9 till 7, almost 7 at night. And a concern that we have in working with our our CCA here is that people are making decisions that really are not completely informed. And there was someone who had the integrity to admit that he really did not know about hydrogen. Hydrogen is also the fossil fuels industry way of staying in the game, although they're not announcing it like maybe they did with the carbon capture. When I have questioned people who are on these webinars, meetings with you and webinars, people who are saying, no, we have green hydrogen. And I question them. No, they don't have green. 95% of hydrogen is being produced by natural gas. Natural gas is about 74% methane. It has an 84 to 124 times the heating capacity, according to scientists, as CO2. So in any application, well, I don't know about the ultimate application with using hydrogen for storage, but certainly with vehicles, it is like driving the vehicle twice. To produce a fuel cell, even if you are using electrolysis, you are using electricity and you are using our state's limited water resources to do this. Someone in Southern California on one of these meetings was originally for hydrogen. At the end of the meeting, he came back and said, no, I've done the numbers. We would have to be draining lakes to scale up in using hydrogen. Hydrogen cars use batteries anyway. So it's like driving the vehicle twice. You don't need the fuel cell in the middle there. You just go straight to the battery that you can get by plugging into your house. Everybody can plug it in. Well, I don't know if they can. We know people who run the extension cord outside their, out their window when they don't have a garage. So it's available right now. And the infrastructure for hydrogen is cost prohibitive. We already have electricity. We're scaling up by using, getting charging stations for long distance driving, but for most driving, people are plugging in overnight at their house. It's not costing them 4 or 5 hours as some people are characterizing it. You have to sit there and wait. No, you plug it in at night, you go to sleep, you wake up, your car's charged up. So the hydrogen is the fossil fuel industry's way of staying in the game. I don't understand what BECCS is, and I don't understand what grid hydrogen is. Perhaps you could elaborate on that. I'm trying to get one of our geeks. I'm not a scientist, but and I have written many things about hydrogen, but I don't have quite the technical knowledge to perhaps present it. But I'm trying to get my geeks, who are all very busy, to put it in terms that we can present something to CARB to inform you that it is simply not saving the environment by using it. The third issue that I would like to make is that, well, okay, one other thing, and that is our electric vehicles, and especially school buses now, are mobile battery and energy storage units. We can charge during the day. We need more charging infrastructure at workplaces so that people can take advantage of the excess solar that's coming into the grid and being either curtailed or exported. If we can charge our cars during the day, we also have to educate our people who have the electric vehicles. They're not aware of that. So they think it's the same to charge at night. But we're trying to get rid of the fossil fuel energy plants that are going at night. So if people can charge during the day, they then have that battery stored. So they're not charging at night, they're not pulling off the grid at night. And now with bidirectional charging, meaning that that vehicle can also discharge its energy storage. People can run their homes, people can put it back into the grid when it's needed. So that's a very important factor that is not being considered yet. Lastly, what I would like to say is that about ag land. The ag industry has always been, even talking to my local air district, they said, we have tried to get certain things to happen, such as not using chemical pesticides and other things, and fumigants. So not only are they, so I don't understand that why there would be higher nitrogen. And so maybe you could explain that as well. But our ag industry, where I live on the Central Coast, we have the ag industry here, and not only are they polluting the air, they're polluting the water, they're polluting their workers, they're polluting the food that we are eating. They are out of control. And if you can present it in such a way that you're doing it for your to save the environment and impose, I don't know how you impose, but they have been resistant to all sorts of issues such as water. Oh, the other issue is that when you have regenerative agriculture, your soil becomes alive again. And when it becomes alive again with all of the little critters that are in there, it can hold 50%, up to 50% more water. So there's also savings. I know that's not your the interest in this conversation, but that's an additional feature that makes it a good idea. So whatever you as CARB can do to cause a transition there, that would be enormous, as well as all the other things. So I would just want to finish.
So this is under the Deputy for Climate Change and Research at ARB. I think we're going to try and address your questions, and I want to make sure we leave time for others to also ask their questions. You had a couple of topics there. I'm going to first start with the hydrogen piece. We are not advocating for fossil gas hydrogen. What we are saying is that we need to produce hydrogen that is based off of biomethane with steam methane reformation and electrolytic hydrogen. There are going to be applications where electrification simply will not work. We had to double the target for hydrogen technologies in the aviation sector per direction from the governor. We also have heavy and medium duty fleets that need to go longer distances with heavy cargo loads that cannot just work on electrification to date with the technology available today. So we need options, and hydrogen is that option. But again, reinforcing that it's not fossil hydrogen that we're looking at here. It's I'm not going to use the colors because I don't think the colors make sense, and our board has already commented. Some of the board has already commented to stay away from the colors of hydrogen. So that's one piece. In terms of the charging time for light duty vehicles, the time of day, I think this needs to be unpacked a little bit more, and we will be talking more about it as part of the SB 100 process with CEC and CPUC as we kick off that process with them on decarbonizing the electricity grid. But if we're going to start putting more load on the grid during the day, you start to see periods where the load growth exceeds the amount of clean energy available from renewable or intermittent power such as wind and solar. And you would be running gas infrastructure during the day to meet that increasing load growth when those renewable forms are not available. But what this really is a symptom of is the need to build out transmission infrastructure and renewable energy assets and infrastructure. And that is what we have been advocating for, and that is essentially what is going to be the focus of several months of work with the energy agencies, is that if we truly want to get off of fossil fuel combustion in the energy sector, it is going to be important that we build a significant amount of renewable power and transmission into regions so that they can have access to that broader grid and not have to rely on the gas-powered plants that are serving those regions right now. And that will help on local air quality issues, and it will also help on whether we need the power during the nighttime or in the evening, because we also now have targets for offshore wind, which can help with the evening nighttime demand. So all of that is being considered and discussed. I don't think that electrification is, with the technologies we have today, is the only answer or can be the only answer, just because our uncertainty analysis will show that one of the biggest threats to us not meeting our targets is going to be the ability to build out the things that we want to move towards, which is clean energy, both electrification and renewable hydrogen over time. I think I got the two that I wanted to, on CCS and CDR, I think you made the comment that it uses twice the energy. I think there's one paper that has a finding along those lines, and it's from Stanford, but I don't think that is the consensus. And with 905 that just recently got passed, CARB will be working on establishing a CCS and carbon dioxide removal program, and the accounting will be important. Accounting for all of the use of energy, whether it's for the primary operations or whether it's for the CCS unit or CDR technology, all of that will have to be accounted for, properly verified before any commitment or acknowledgement can be made about any reductions that would be attributed to the deployment of that technology. So that is an area where we are already active. We already have an accounting methodology, but the use of energy by that technology versus what it actually helps to remove, all of that will be in that scope for accounting. And then I'm going to send it to Matt to speak to regenerative farming and some of the comments on natural working lands. Matt?
Yeah, thank you. So I do want to just kind of echo some of the sentiment here, which is that, with expansion of and changing with expansion of some of these ag practices that we're identifying in the scoping plan, and with expansion of those throughout the state, you are going to see some real co-benefits in California. So, things like potentially improved water holding capacity for the soils, and reduced synthetic fertilizer use, and reduced pesticide use in the state, and improved pollinator habitat. So the change in ag practices that we're calling for will come with those co-benefits. And I think, in your comment, you had mentioned kind of the challenges in deploying those, and I think we are trying to be direct about, there is a limited kind of suite of tools to be able to deploy these practices now. Mostly they're based off of incentive-based programs, and also technical assistance being provided by various different resources like NRCS and the cooperative extensions to help expand these practices through California. But that implementation of deployment of these practices into the future will be critical. To clarify the point on the nitrogen emissions, the point I was trying to make here is that even with deployment of these practices, you're still talking annual cropping systems that require nitrogen inputs to be able to grow the food that we all rely on. And so if we switch from a synthetic fertilizer to something like a compost, you're still requiring nitrogen inputs. And what that means is you'll have N2O emissions over time. And we wanted to make sure that we were incorporating those N2O emissions in the deployment of these practices, so that we weren't missing an emission source that would be happening and in creating an unintended consequence from deploying practices. And so our estimates of the emissions and the carbon sequestration associated with the deployment of these ag practices include both the carbon and the nitrogen cycle associated with the cropping systems. All right, so Maureen, I think I'm back to you.
Sure. Yes, the next person is David Backens, followed by Bonnie Benawal. And David, yes.
Hi, yes. David Backens from Met Partners. Thank you for the tremendous amount of effort you put into the scoping plan. you're considering a lot of stakeholder viewpoints, and we're hearing they're quite wide-ranging. But my question's really related to some specificity with what are the carbon sequestration or CCS or direct air capture technologies specifically that are being proposed for the emissions reductions targets that are demonstrated within this modeling practice? And then is there a sequence to the utilization of that technology? And what is the cost of that implementation of that technology? And is that currently feasible?
I'm going to try and take a shot at responding to what I think I heard there. So first of all, the technologies are the traditional CCS, carbon capture sequestration at the smokestack, that has been around since the 1970s and researched for over 20 years at the national level and at other institutions and deployed globally. The costs come from a literature search of what that has taken to deploy. And obviously costs are really high when you start to deploy technologies until they're scaled, and costs then come down. And we've seen that in example after example, such as solar panels, such as batteries, etc. In terms of the CDR, what we focused on for this was direct air capture. There are pilot projects for direct air capture, so we also have some cost data for those per ton. There are other novel technologies and options that are being made available, such as mineralization. We referenced some of those, but SB 905 requires CARB in establishing the CCS CDR program to evaluate other options for carbon capture and removal and sequestration. And we've already heard from several startup companies and several other academic institutions about some additional things that we should be looking at in terms of mechanical and in terms of nature-based or geologic-based kinds of options. So to the extent that CCS is out there with the crediting price in one of our programs, low carbon fuel standard, with the incentives at the federal level, with the 45Q, and I think it's $85 a ton now, and the cost is about $110 a ton in our modeling. We do believe that they are cost-effective solutions that could be deployed now. The reason that we delay implementation of those in our scoping plan is because of the modeling, because of the permitting and other permitting constraints that we recognize are there. And now it does give us time to establish the program under 905. I think that's it. If not, happy to have you drop us a note and maybe we can provide more detail, because I believe all the costs are unchanged and still available on our website in the supporting documentation from May. Back to you, Maureen.
Okay, our next person is Bonnie Benawal, followed by Cedric Twite. So Bonnie, you can unmute yourself. Okay.
Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Benawal with the Climate Center. While we're happy to see more ambition in the updated scoping plan pursuant to recent legislation and the governor's directive, we are frustrated and disappointed to see that CARB has doubled down on overly relying on unproven carbon removal and carbon capture technologies, especially at the detriment of frontline communities, as powerfully stated earlier by EJAC member Connie Cho. Carbon capture and storage is wrongfully categorized as a carbon removal strategy, as it theoretically reduces direct emissions, aka future emissions, rather than removing existing, aka past emissions from the atmosphere. Therefore, we urge the agency to clearly distinguish CCS efforts from the carbon removal goals, because the two strategies address inherently different categories of emission types: the reduction of future emissions and the drawdown or removal of past emissions from the atmosphere. Per direct air capture's role in achieving the carbon removal target set out by the governor, the updated plan seeks to increase the capacity of DAC by 260 million times what is currently the worldwide capacity by 2035. That is far-fetched and even dangerous if we're relying so heavily on this nascent technology to get us to net neutrality and curb the climate crisis. Lastly, while we are happy to see some actions on natural and working lands being ramped up, the crux of the problem is that many substantial carbon pools were admittedly not accounted for, so the conclusion that our lands will continue to be a net emitter is unfounded. We look forward to digging in deeper on these gaps in the upcoming AB 1757 effort and folding those results into the scoping plan. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. I think there was just one that I wanted to quickly respond to. Even if we phased out all fossil fuel combustion in the economy, there would still be emissions that would persist, and those emissions would still need to be accounted for by 2045 to achieve carbon neutrality. Every 5 years, we get to update the scoping plan and look at new options, but in this scoping plan, we do need CDR to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. Maureen, back to you.
Okay, our next person is Cedric Twite. Cedric, please unmute yourself. And you'll be followed by Evan Edgar. Okay, Cedric.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Cedric Twite. I work for Sierra Pacific Industries. We're a vertically integrated wood products company in California, own quite a bit of timberland in California. And first, I'd like to thank the staff for all their hard work on really a brutal task, which is to try to decarbonize the fourth largest economy in the world. So hats off to all that hard work. Makes my head ache thinking about the job you all are doing. First, a comment. You know, it seems like the Natural Working Lands Plan has modeled a very large amount of prescribed fire, which will emit large quantities of CO2 and black carbon. And these emissions are not accounted for in the health analysis impacts. Just heard that earlier today. Why isn't BECCS that utilizes low-value forest biomass not emphasized more? Since BCCS can avoid these emissions, create needed baseload power, create revenue and jobs, and produce real climate mitigation. And with that, and maybe it's just a matter of scale, and I just don't see it in those graphs because of the size of the energy demand in California, but how many tons of biomass, forest biomass is forecast to be available for BECCS? Thank you.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for the comment. Yeah, so yes, you're correct. We are modeling, I think in the scoping plan scenario, about 500,000 acres of prescribed fire per year. In a previous document for the Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force, they were calling for about 400,000 acres of prescribed burning per year. This is the most cost-effective fuel reduction treatment that we currently have. With that, I'll pass it to Matt to talk about the biomass piece, or the BECCS piece that you were asking about.
Yeah, and Adam can speak to this much better than I can, but I wanted to also just emphasize the fact that you know, the state has recognized the beneficial aspects of fire for the forest ecosystem too. So we're trying to maintain our kind of alignment with what the state's broader forest management policies have been, and the work that the Forest Management Task Force is doing to identify the mix of strategies needed for fuels reduction and forest health. As far as the biomass piece goes, so you heard earlier the discussion on hydrogen produced from biomass gasification and CCS, the BECCS technology. We will be putting out estimates of the residues that we estimate for use in BECCS, and that comes largely from a kind of a tiered analysis that we did. First, we obviously started with what are the total acres that will undergo some fuels reduction or forest management treatment, and that's the acreage in the forest sector that Adam spoke to earlier, you know, about 2.3 million acres of treatments, which does include the prescribed fire acres that he mentioned earlier. And then looking at those total treatment acres, looking at the treatment types that are conducted tested and the ability for those treatment types to result in some available biomass. And then we also applied some cost thresholds and some other evaluative criteria around where it may be more beneficial to leave that forest biomass in the forest stand for forest health purposes, or because of potential criteria pollutant impacts for mobilizing that biomass to get an estimate of forest residue availability. All of this stuff we will publish as part of the scoping plan in the coming weeks.
Okay, so we do have about 18 hands raised. We are going to delay the climate vulnerability metric presentation for a little bit. And Evan Edgar is the next person, followed by Claire Brown. So Evan, you should be able to speak.
Hello, Evan Edgar from Edgar Associates. It's great to have more than 2 minutes. I'm with the California Compost Coalition for the last 20 years, and then we're just launching the Biochar Producers Association in California this year. And we've been very much in the carbon farming market, and following the Marin Carbon Project throughout California and Sacramento and Merced and Humboldt and Ventura. We're doing carbon farming where we take urban green waste and take it out to ag composting for healthy soils. And CFA has $75 million in healthy soil grants, and they're including biochar and compost. So a lot of good work. And I've been on a climate trail with the Natural Working Lands working on that 2019 draft document. And I got to commend CARB staff to keep true to the modeling metrics, to add 26,000 acres to 40,000 acres per year that came out of the 2019 plan that was exhaustive, and to have that be rolled up into the scoping plan is great. So I commend CARB on their modeling to include compost, and I hope to include biochar with the compost as part of that. Plus, we support a lot of comments from the Environmental Justice Committee with regards to life cycle analysis for pesticides. We are the California Compost Coalition. We're the organic composters. We created the metrics back in 1990s to have what is now the CDFA organic compost label, and through up and down the state with regenerative agriculture, taking urban green waste and sometimes food waste to make compost, and more food waste is coming out with 1383, which is 75% of all organics are out of the landfill by 2025. And that methane mitigation is how we become carbon negative. By not producing methane at the landfill, we are producing carbon sequestering on the natural working lands. And that's what the Lawrence Livermore Lab said in the 2020 report with compost and biochar, that we have to do that. You have to be carbon negative with these tools to be carbon neutral by 2045. But one thing I like to unbundle as part of your presentation is when I'm out there on a carbon trail, the Environmental Justice Committee are confused about carbon sequestering. I'm the healthy soils guy that we take compost to the soil for carbon stock. I'm not the geological structure guy. And a lot of times, a lot of folks are confused when the good work of the healthy soils are bundled with carbon capture storage was a suspect. That's, we have a lot of controversy on that. There is no controversy with regards to carbon farming on sequestering clean urban green waste composted onto the natural working land. So if you can be more clear in the future that when you talk about soil stock sequestering, we're not tied anyway to geological structure, because that's been a misnomer. I've been out for a while talking about my clients at the Compost Coalition also produce RNG, renewable natural gas, out of urban food waste. And once again, when I'm out on the trail, I'm the carbon cowboy with a cowboy hat guy. I'm all hat, no cattle. I'm not a dairy digester guy. There's a lot of good RNG out there that's not tied to dairy digestion. And RNG has a good role. So I'm glad to see biomethane being part of it. Yesterday was an all-day board meeting on the Advanced Clean Fleet Rule, which would have stymied the development of 1383 waste streams. And the CARB board members are going to have some solutions to take care of the 1383 organic waste that goes to landfills and super methane's there. And we're diverting it into anaerobic digestion, carbon negative fuel, biochar, and when we do biomass gasification. So we have a whole set of tools out there. So I just really like what I saw today. Good work on modeling, and just do not throw me into the carbon capture bucket, because people are confused with natural working lands with healthy soil. So thank you for good work of CARB staff.
Thank you for the comment. The next one is Claire Brown, followed by Stephen Rosenblum. So Claire, Yes,
Hello.
you should be able to speak. Yes.
Hello. Yes, I'm here. I'm Claire Brown, a resident of Richmond, not far from the Chevron refinery, and a professor of economics at UC Berkeley. CARB has shown true climate leadership in planning for a phase out of oil extraction and refining in California. However, this phase out of refining petrochemicals must not include the use of carbon capture on refinery operations, which are extremely expensive once the government subsidies are included in the cost. The CARB scoping plan must model the true cost of carbon capture by including the public subsidies from federal Q45 and the state low carbon fuel standard, now together about $200 per ton of CO2 captured, which are paid by the public. Once the public subsidies are included, carbon capture is extremely expensive. Now, restructuring refineries to produce renewable diesel and aviation fuel are also being financed by the government subsidies. And these fuels are not clean energy and are causing many environmental problems related to the feedstock and the large energy used in production, usually provided by fossil gas with carbon capture, even though over time, CARB hopes to get to clean hydrogen without fossil gas. But right now, that's not the situation. Local air pollution does not go away. Once again, the public is asked to pay for refinery operations with the large subsidies, local air pollution, and competition with food for feedstock in this transition to so-called renewable diesel and aviation fuel. Unfortunately, a CARB staff member presented the industry pro case for renewable diesel at the hearings for the 2 local refineries in Contra Costa County, applying for permits to produce renewable diesel. And the local and environmental problems put forth by the nearby communities were mostly ignored. Overall, CARB must include government subsidies, feedstock problems, and local air pollution for renewable liquid fuels and hydrogen in their cost presentations. Because otherwise, this isn't the way to actually get to clean energy. Exxon and Chevron have made it clear that CCS, hydrogen, and renewable fuels are the business model for keeping refineries running for decades using fossil gas and oil. In contrast, the Natural Working Land Program's costs do include the government cost, as was pointed out earlier. Let me point out that the cost of carbon capture and DAC are many times higher than the cost of many types of natural sequestration or of expanding solar and wind energy once CARB uses up-to-date science and includes both private and public cost and co-benefits. And this matters a great deal in implementing this scoping plan between now and 2030. So I join with residents of Richmond and everyone living near refineries to ask CARB and staff and board to actually truly phase out refineries, because it looks like the plan now is to actually transition from petrochemical refinery to refining renewable diesel and aviation fuel. And that causes a whole host of other problems, as I mentioned. So thank you so much for all the work you've put into this, and maybe perhaps rethinking about this use of refineries going into the future.
Thank you for those comments. I will just point out that the governor's executive order and direction to CARB over the summer was to accelerate the transition of our existing energy assets to produce cleaner energy for use in the economy, so that that cleaner energy could replace fossil energy in transportation and in industry and energy production such as electricity. So we are implementing an administration policy. The scoping plan reflects both governor direction, board direction, and legislative direction.
Okay, the next person is Stephen Rosenblum, followed by Caitlin Rodner-Sutter. So Stephen Rosenblum, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, this is Stephen Rosenblum. I'm a member of Climate Action California, a new organization intending to fight climate change. And the subtext under all of this is the fact that we're in a climate emergency. And I was encouraged by the fact that the economic impact of the CARB plan so far is negligible. So even though it looks like there's a lot of aspects of it that are in dispute, it's pretty clear that what we're proposing so far has a negligible effect on the economy, which should quiet a lot of the climate deniers who claim there'll be a terrible impact on the economy as a result of fighting for the climate change, which is something we don't really have a choice about. We have to do something. We can't just wait for disaster to happen and then say, oh gee, we should have done something. I really appreciate the huge amount of work that's gone into the modeling that CARB has done, and this is the first time I've seen any of this work. So what I have to say is going to be just first reactions. But I was particularly struck by some aspects of Jesse Knapstein's presentation. The first had to do with the subject of what a lot of people have spoken about so far is carbon capture. The first thing is that the direct air capture is presently, as was mentioned, 1/100th of a megaton per year. And by 2035, we're supposed to be at 26 megatons. And the technology is very immature, as people have mentioned. It's very expensive. And all the things that have been tried so far have been very small scale, as it's clear by the small amount that's been captured. So it's not clear to me that we can scale up to this very high level in that short amount of time. The second thing on carbon capture is that in petroleum refining, there's assumed 90% carbon capture in the technology, and that's not been borne out by any presently operating system. The capture rates have been 40% or less, and so I think, considering the emergency we're facing, we can't rely on magical thinking to fill in the gaps between the carbon that we have to get rid of and the carbon that needs to be removed. We have to do better on the reduction side. Then I was struck also by the huge reduction in carbon emissions in the electric sector that occur between 2044 and 2045. 30 million metric tons between those 2 years. A precipitous drop that I don't understand how that can be justified in terms of what technology is going to be coming online in 2043 or so that's going to make that huge drop possible. Then the last thing I wanted to mention is that the continuing dependence on methane as a fuel, even through 2045. I don't know if the proper account has been taken of leaks in the methane distribution system, but it's pretty clear that from all the data we've gotten so far that there are 20 to 40% underestimates of the amount of leakage in methane, and as was mentioned, methane is over a 20-year lifetime is 86 times more global warming than carbon dioxide, and we need to take account of that in the planning and not underestimate those leaks because they're just as global warming as carbon dioxide. Thank you very much.
Thanks for those comments. I do want to explain the 2044-2045 drop for the electricity sector emissions. AB 1279 requires us to achieve 85% reduction below 1990 levels by 2045 in anthropogenic sources. And when we looked across the sectors in 2045, we realized that the place that we could apply CCS to hit that 85% was the electricity sector. And so while it looks like a precipitous drop in 1 year, that's an artifact of the modeling. We would have been scaling up to that in many preceding years leading to 2045, and that will be noted in the actual scoping plan. And then finally, on the capture efficiency of 90% versus 40%, the 90% capture efficiency is on CCS, the technology. It always matters how many smokestacks you apply it to understand the capture rate then at the overall facility, but that has been the 90% capture efficiency of the technology has been documented on the DOE website under reports due to them and in other venues. And yes, methane leaks are included in our emissions estimates. And I'm noticing that we are almost at 1:45, and I would like to get to as many questions as possible, but I really need folks to just shorten their comment or question so we can get through as many folks as possible. There's an additional comment period after the CVM, but I want to make sure that we get to the CVM at 1:45. Thanks. Back to you, Maureen.
Okay, our next commenter is Caitlin Rodner-Sutter, followed by Gary Hughes. Caitlin?
Thank you so much. This is Caitlin Rodner-Sutter, California Director for Environmental Defense Fund. Thank you for hosting this today. I know it's been kind of a whirlwind to update the modeling since the end of summer, and we just really appreciate all the work that you've done. EDF submitted some lengthy comments on the updated environmental analysis, and a lot of that is still relevant. I'm not going to rehash it all here, but I do want to raise just a couple of specific points. First, we're really pleased to see that this plan is on track to achieve the 85% reduction required by AB 1279. That goal is really a reflection of the imperative to prioritize emission reductions, even as we recognize that some amount of removals are also going to be needed to address legacy pollution. We really want to make sure we're maximizing pollution reductions from the source. So to that end, how we achieve that 85% reduction really matters. And, you know, from our perspective, CCS is likely a necessary part of the suite of climate solutions. But I would really echo the concerns raised by some other commenters and that Connie really dug into at the beginning of the comments, that carbon capture on refineries is probably not something that makes a lot of sense to pursue because of the cost and especially the relative inefficiency of using carbon capture on those types of facilities versus facilities like steel or cement or something like that. Sort of further on that point of how we meet the goals, I want to make a couple of observations about the hydrogen build out that's assumed here. Hydrogen is also a tool we will likely need to decarbonize our economy at the pace and scale required. But we have to make sure that there is actually a climate benefit from hydrogen production and deployment, as well as ensuring that no harm is done to the host communities. There's been some discussion about hydrogen feedstocks, and all I'll say is we really welcome additional detail and clarity that you offered up about what specific types of hydrogen and feedstocks are being assumed here. But there's a couple other things to raise quickly. Hydrogen itself is a short-lived indirect greenhouse gas. Leaks of hydrogen can lead to a potentially significant climate impact regardless of how it's made. And these leaks need to be measured, avoided, and accounted for in the assumptions around hydrogen build-out. We're also concerned about the potential for blending hydrogen with natural gas. The safety and climate impacts of this are not really fully understood yet. And given the scale of methane leaks from pipelines, I would be really concerned that blending could result in similarly significant hydrogen leaks, which again causes harm to the climate, regardless of how the hydrogen is made. So the point is, we really want to see the scoping plan reflect the full potential climate impacts of hydrogen. And because of the potential risks and some of these unknowns, hydrogen really should only be assumed to be a potential solution in the hardest to decarbonize applications. So certain heavy industries, heavy duty transportation, maritime shipping. It should not be assumed to be a decarbonization strategy for, say, light duty vehicles or space heating, which are far more efficient to electrify directly. And the last thing I will say is I heard and I really appreciate the comment, and I'm going to paraphrase from staff at the top of the workshop that the assumptions in this scoping plan, you know, are not a foregone conclusion. And I think that while it is critical that this scoping plan be ambitious and equitable and realistic, there is even more and more detailed work to do in rulemakings. And we would really encourage CARB to move into what is going to be a full slate of regulatory updates as quickly as possible, so we can actually start to realize the climate, health, and economic benefits projected here. So thank you very much for your time and all of the work that has gone into this.
Thank you for that comment. And around hydrogen in particular, in CCS, we are very much aware of the safety concerns around hydrogen, and we have been collaborating with the PUC on some of their proceedings on procurement and pipeline safety, which they have primacy over. So that is an area where we remain actively engaged. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to hear from one more person before we start the climate vulnerability metric presentation. That's Gary Hughes. Gary, you should be able to speak.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gary Hughes and I work with the organization Biofuel Watch. I'm going to try to be really brief. Overall, I'm a little bit concerned, really. I think what we're looking at here is a recipe for overshoot. There's a lot of magical thinking, lots of euphemisms. Again, this whole reference to clean fuels and the reluctance to really speak about biofuels or recognize how dirty those fuels are is an ongoing issue in how CARB is approaching these matters. There's a lot of reliance on unproven technologies, direct air capture being a real case in point. And again, our organization really wants to flag the history of this situation. And it's really curious to us. We don't understand how something like direct air capture, which was the geoengineering crown jewel of the fossil fuel climate disinformation campaigns of more than a decade ago, has now become such a high profile element in California climate planning, and really makes you wonder about regulatory capture. And as far as the modeling goes, we really think that the materials and energy requirements of building out DAC and CCS and BECS and all this would be, if it worked, far beyond what the modeling accounts for. The cost would be much higher, economic costs, environmental costs, social costs. So we really think the climate benefits as described in the modeling are imaginary. One thing though, I do want to commend CARB. I've been following this for a long time, and it seems like there's a growing kind of level of sober understanding of what's going on with the land sector in terms of future, carbon sequestration. But there still seems to be a reluctance to really come to terms with how business as usual with extractive industry, be it the agricultural sector or, for instance, the timber industry, is contributing a great deal to that decline in carbon across the landscape. But I do appreciate that it seems that the agency is starting to be a little less caught up in the magical thinking of how forests are going to magically scrub the atmosphere of greenhouse gas emissions, which I guess would bring me to my last, real concern about the scoping plan. Is there seems to be a real head in the sand approach to what happened in 2017. And there's been a real reluctance to look hard at the past scoping plan and take a look at what worked and what didn't work and what's not working. So this is going to be a really interesting fall. Our organization is going to be standing up to publicly communicate our concerns about the scoping plan. So thanks for letting me make a comment.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Now we're going to turn to, we're going to turn to the climate vulnerability metric presentation. I do want to let you know that we're going to keep the list of commenters as it is, and we will return to this list after the CVM presentation. But Emily Wimberger with the Rhodium Group is going to give us a presentation about this work on the climate vulnerability metric. And Emily, there
Great.
you are.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you.
So first, I'd like to start out by thanking the incredible team of researchers that are actually responsible for this work on the climate vulnerability metric. Tama Carlton at UC Santa Barbara was the ringleader of an amazing team at UC Santa Barbara M Lab, the Climate Impact Lab, and Rhodium Group, and I'm merely the messenger. but I'm here today to share research that was funded by ARB with the goal of better understanding how the impacts of climate change, so we're focused here specifically on changes in temperature and not air quality, how those impacts vary across California. This research has resulted in the Climate Vulnerability Metric, or CVM, which is much easier to say. And this is the first metric specifically focused on quantifying the community level impacts of a warming climate on human welfare. Next slide, please. So over the last decade, there's been a lot of advances in data and economic research that have expanded the knowledge of the links between a changing climate and human welfare. This research has made it possible to quantify current and future climate impacts at a really local level and accounting for differences in how populations respond to climate change. So the CVM leverages this research to identify the relative vulnerability of California's diverse communities to climate change. And again, we're measuring it here as changes in temperature and precipitation and sea level rise, not changes in air quality on human welfare. So what is the CVM? So the CVM is an aggregation of the impacts of climate change that can be quantified at the census tract or the community level using available research. So it includes impacts across 9 different categories that are listed here. There are 3 categories across human mortality. As we all know, different age groups, they respond to the same health event in different ways. So we have 3 different age ranges for human mortality that capture the impacts of changing temperature on human health. So we can think about this in terms of extreme heat events that cause heat exhaustion, which can be really dangerous to the elderly and to the very young. Also, warming temperatures can reduce cold-related deaths. The CVM also includes impacts to labor. Can you go forward to the next slide? Thanks. Sorry. The previous, yes, thank you with the pictures. Okay, so there also includes impacts to labor, so hours worked both in high risk and low risk sectors. As you can think about, more frequent and severe temperature extremes are going to cause people to spend less time working. This is going to be extremely relevant to the 1 in 4 workers who work in high risk sectors like agriculture and construction. They're much more susceptible to changes in temperature than I might be on Zoom in my living room. And there's new research on the link between temperature and the workforce that really lets us calculate those impacts at the local level in California. The CVM also includes the impact of changes in energy costs, so electricity and natural gas consumption. So as temperatures goes up, we're going to see an increase in the demand for cooling, which can increase electricity consumption. We'll also see reduced need for heating, which can reduce natural gas consumption. And again, this is going to vary by location as well as income level. The CVM also includes the impact of flood-related property damage from both inland and coastal flooding. And even small levels of sea level rise can really impact properties, and low-income populations are more likely to move into high-risk flood zones, which can cause disproportionate impacts to those populations. Okay, so there's 9 impact categories. The 9 impact categories are included, but also there are impacts that are not included that are lived and felt by communities all across California. Impacts like wildfire smoke, and those just haven't yet been quantified at the level of granularity that would be needed to be included in the CVM yet. But the CVM is a flexible metric, and it could be expanded to in the future when new data becomes available to include additional impacts beyond these 9 categories. So the next step of the CVM, it's projecting the impact not of the impacts today, but of a warming climate in the future. So much like we discussed earlier today in the modeling discussion, the CVM requires there to be a reference case or business as usual future projection of temperatures in California. So what are the temperatures going to look like in the future against which we're measuring the impacts of these 9 different categories? So we model the CVM impacts using RCP 4.5. What that stands for is the representative concentration pathway, or the concentration of greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. It's an emissions trajectory that has been adopted by the IPCC, and the 4.5 part of it represents a moderate emissions pathway where countries reduce emissions in line with the Paris Agreement. So it's sort of a moderate pathway in the future, and that's sort of the BAU or the reference case against which we're going to measure these impacts that we're categorizing. So what is the CVM really? Well, it's an aggregation. So first we think about all of these different 9 impact categories. We aggregate all of those impacts together, we monetize them, and then we quantify that and report it as a percentage of census tract specific income. So this format allows for the current level of income inequality across communities in California. For us to look at that. And what it means is, so the higher the CVM for a census tract, the more damaging the projected impacts of climate change are going to be for that specific census tract. Okay, now you can go to the next slide. Okay, so what do we do here? What does this look like? Well, it's a 5-step process, and it begins with quantifying the impacts of climate change on human welfare and ends with the aggregation and putting together into one single metric and reporting that for every census tract in California. Now, these steps are all pretty technical, but I'm going to provide a high-level overview, and of course, more information and details will be available once the final report is released. So step 1 is to create climate dose response functions. We know from life that different people have different abilities to respond to the same events, and the CVM uses dose response functions, or mathematical relationships between the dose of an impact and the response of a community that allow for different populations to have different responses. So you'll see here in this figure, this shows the dose response function for changes in human mortality for people 65 and over. And you'll see that the different colored lines show how the response varies by census tracts that are low income, medium income, and have a high income. And so this just points out that, again, different census tracts with different income levels are going to respond differently to the same dose, to the same treatment. And all the different gray lines, those are actually all of the different dose response functions for all of California's 8,057 individual census tract. So again, this shows you the value in really thinking about more granularity and looking not only just across a state, but really dialing in and being able to look across the diversity of populations to identify how they respond differently to the same dose of climate impact. Next slide, please. So step 2 is to calculate the future impacts of climate change. So the category-specific dose response functions that were just discussed in the previous slide, that was one example, again, there's 9, are applied to current climate data and then projected climate data in 2050 under that future emission temperature scenario, RCP 4.5. So when you apply to today's level and to the warming temperature in 2050, the difference in that response really represents the impact of climate change. So you're going to see that you're going to see changes in mortality rates, you're going to see changes in energy costs, all of those different impact categories will see a different level in today's climate versus the future climate under a moderate warming trajectory. So what we do then is that gives us sort of the impact of climate change in the future, and then we use current demographic data to represent the difference in vulnerability that is represented by today's populations. Okay, next slide, please. The third step is to assign a monetary value to each of the impacts. So the census tract impacts are valued in dollars using category-specific methods. For example, changes in mortality rates are valued in dollars using a very widely established and widely used federal measure of the value of statistical life. And as noted in this figure here, we both use the value of a statistical life. That is a non-market valuation, but we also include market valuation. So for human mortality, it's a non-market valuation. In addition, for looking at labor impacts, we are looking at sort of a monetary valuation of the discomfort that workers experience when they're working in extreme conditions. So that's not something where there is, you go to a store and you buy it. That's a non-market valuation. We do for household energy costs, we do use market valuation, and also for flood-related property damages. Okay, next slide, please. So step 4 is to add up all of the values of all of the impacts across these 9 different categories and then divide by census tract population. So this approach helps us to normalize the CVM across various levels of population in each of California's over 8,000 census tracts. And they range in population from 1,200 people to 8,000 people. So each census tract's combined damages in 2050 are then reported as a share of that census tract's current income levels. So again, we're getting granularity by looking at the census tract and dividing by population, and then we're looking specifically at the income within each census tract. And this format, this really does, it allows us to account for current levels in income inequality across census tract, and it also recognizes that, you know, a $1 impact or a specific valuation of an impact is going to be felt much bigger by a low income household relative to a high income household. And this map, I think, right here really shows the amount of granularity or the amount of information that's gained when you do go from a county level to a census tract level. You can see that by the different colors and greens that there really is a large variation in GDP per capita when you zoom into the census tract level, and that's detail that you would miss if you're looking at the county level. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the fun part, reporting the CVM. So the CVM is quantifying how vulnerable each California community is to the impact of climate change, and it's going to make it possible to identify which communities benefit from efforts to mitigate that change. So the higher the CVM, again, the more damaging the future impacts of climate change are going to be. And this map shows the CVM for each census tract in California. Again, this is reported as a percentage of census tract level income. That's where the bar is on the right, what you're seeing. And what you're seeing is that tracts in red, so going from yellow to red, those have their net negative impacts in 2050 due to climate change. And the darker the color, the more negative, the more intense the impact. Blue census tracts going from yellow to deep dark blue, those are actually census tracts that show a net benefit from climate change. So again, this is taking into account all of the combined categories. So these could be census tracts in which we're seeing differences in changes in mortality that are really driving some benefits. So there could be a reduction in cold weather deaths in some of these locations, as well as changes in energy costs. The important thing here, I think, is to really note the difference in colors. So again, if we're treating, it's very obvious just from looking at this map that not all California communities are able to respond in the same way to the same impact, the same climate change impact. And this is a really important caveat, a really important feature of the CVM, and really demonstrates the ability to sort of dig in when you have really granular community level data to be able to compare across census tracts and to see the differences across communities. Next slide, please. So that was a really quick description of the CVM, but how is it additive, and why does California need the CVM, given that we do have a whole host of existing metrics and quantifications looking at vulnerabilities and different impacts of climate change and environmental concerns? Well, so as you saw from the previous slide, the CVM really does capture the difference across communities and their ability to respond to the physical hazards of climate change. And it's the first census tract level metric for assessing the impacts of climate change on human welfare. So we feel those are two really novel ways where the CVM really adds to the existing literature and can provide a new perspective in terms of what communities face when it comes to a warming climate. And it can be used to identify and help support sort of the most vulnerable communities in California with resiliency and policies directed at adaptation. Next slide, please. So that's what the CVM adds, but maybe where does it fall short, or where are there gaps? As we outlined earlier, there are 9 impact categories that are included in the CVM. And we know, everyone knows from your lived experience, that there's many additional impacts that communities and people are facing when it comes to climate change that are really impacting human welfare, wildfire, smoke, things like that. And we just don't have data for some of these additional impacts that are being felt. Either there's just not, oftentimes it's not at the level of granularity. When you're trying to look at census tract or community level impacts, you do need data to be available at that census tract level. So it is falling a little bit short in terms of the scope of all of the impacts. We included the impacts that were available, and as I mentioned previously, as data becomes available on additional impacts, we're able to expand the CVM to incorporate those additional impacts. In addition, not all communities are accurately represented. So we're seeing that there's areas of California that are rural or maybe tribal lands where there isn't good socioeconomic data that allows them to be well represented in the CVM. And that really is, there needs to be additional data to ensure that these often underserved communities are included and really are well represented in the data, so they are comparable and can be identified as vulnerable or not vulnerable on equal footing with every other census tract in California. Next slide, please. So thanks. So that's a little bit about sort of, where the CVM sort of adds to the literature and the existing metrics, where maybe there's room for additional research to sort of expand its scope and scale and reach, but how really can it be used? So this slide shows the previous map for the CVM, as well as census tract that have been identified as disadvantaged communities using CalEnviroscreen, and those are outlined in black. And so what this does show is that there is overlap between those census tracts identified as disadvantaged communities based on environmental hazards and air quality. But there's also a bit of, we're picking up different communities and census tracts with the CVM as being vulnerable to the impacts of climate change that aren't included in CalEnviroscreen's disadvantaged communities. We see this as an ability for there to be the CVM to be additive, to be used in policy to sort of more comprehensively help California really understand the impact of a warming climate and climate change on all of its communities. So there is potential for the CVM to be used in ways similar to CalEnviroscreen as a metric, or to be additive to existing metrics to really help drive home that there are impacts that will be impacts from a warming climate that will be faced in California, and that different communities will have different abilities to respond to those impacts. And with that, that is my last slide, and I covered a lot of ground, so hopefully there'll be some questions. But back to you, Maureen.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. Now we'd like to open it up for EJAC comments. So Trish, if you want to take it, and that'd be great.
Sure, thanks, Adam. Hi, everyone. This is Trish Johnson again from CARB's Office of Environmental Justice, here to make some space. If there's any EJAC members that would like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand and we can call on you first. Everyone who's been on the workshop knows that we still have a queue from before. So we'll give it another minute, but if there are no EJAC member comments, then we may resume the queue. Just a moment here, sorry. One final call for any members of the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. If you have comments, this is your time. Check. So I don't believe I see hands from EJ Advisory Committee members, so I'm going to turn it back to either Adam or Maureen.
All right, great. Yeah, so now we'd like to open it back up for public comments and feedback. So if you'd like to speak, raise your hand. It seems like there are already some people with their hands raised. Maureen, take it away.
All right, thanks, Adam. We will go back to the list where we were earlier today. So our first question will come from Kathleen Van Osten, followed by V. John White. So Kathleen, you should be able to speak now.
Okay, thank you so much. Kathy Van Osten, MVM Strategy Group, representing United Airlines, and certainly want to express our appreciation for the work that staff has put into this document. We appreciate the amount of work it takes. We mostly just want to comment on the goals that are in the scoping plan for electric and hydrogen by 2045. I understand the governor has requested a certain percentage of sustainable aviation fuel. In the scoping plan, you have 10% electricity and 10% hydrogen by 2045. And we, appreciate the goals and the enthusiasm. Unfortunately, the technology will not be quite there yet. We are investing in electric and fuel cell technologies for very small planes, planes that will carry 4 to 10 passengers potentially. I know some are coming online in the next few years. We anticipate by 2030, 2035, there will be more of these smaller planes. But for the larger planes, the technology just won't be there by 2045, or it will just be coming in, potentially could be coming into market and testing. But we don't see that happening at a 10% level. And similarly for hydrogen, from one of the airplane manufacturers, we are hearing that they anticipate potentially being at 0.2% hydrogen capacity for aircraft by 2045. So we appreciate the goals. We think 10%, 5 fuel cell, 5 hydrogen could certainly be more realistic. We don't know that that is still attainable, but we did want to comment on that. With respect to sustainable aviation fuel, we've had many conversations over the years about this. Sustainable aviation fuel is our only bridge to these cleaner technologies. It does take anywhere from 5 to 15 years to get an aircraft approved by the Federal Aviation Administration. So even if we had hydrogen planes designed today, we still wouldn't meet that goal. So SAF is really our only bridge to reduce emissions until 2050, potentially 2060. And we do achieve significant reductions. We achieve 80% reductions in carbon. We achieve 50% reductions in particulate matter. So, this is a significant step the airlines are taking it. We absolutely have the desire and the demand for SAF. We just need a market. And to get that market up and running, we do need incentives, and I think that is recognized in your state implementation plan. So thank you very much. And again, I appreciate the work that's gone into this.
Thank you.
Thanks for those comments. I'm sorry, Maureen, I just want to say that the incentive programs, there's some programs for SAF incentives at the federal level, and I know that there's currently some incentive in LCFS, and we will be discussing the role of aviation fuel in LCFS. As we move forward with that regulation, but we will also continue to work with our federal partners on making sure that we can push clean technologies in sectors where we share or have overlapping jurisdiction. Thanks.
Okay, our next commenter will be V. John White, followed by Julia Levin. And we have about over a dozen people with their hands up. So V. John White, you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate the board and the staff has spent a lot of time going out and listening to various comments. This has been a very interesting workshop. I won't say it's reassuring because I think it might be fair to say that the scoping plan is really a modeling plan. It's not really a plan because so many of the assumptions are heroic, either in the case of CCS, where they're just, in my mind, imaginary extrapolations and projections because we need those reductions to fill out the numbers. But I don't see any evidence that we can do this. And I always worry that we have these kinds of pie in the sky solutions in lieu of direct emission reductions. And so while I appreciate that we eventually get to fossil fuel phase out and reductions, we don't get to it until the end of, till 2045. So the problem with the modeling assumptions is that they are at variance with actual real world circumstances. Earlier in the presentation, someone on the E3 team said, well, we've accomplished our clean energy targets, when the fact is that's not true. Actual emissions, particularly in this governor's last 3 years of actions on keeping gas plants open, running diesel generators, actual emissions are higher. Power sector emissions aren't going down yet. We have the technology to have them go down, and we have the economics that would make them want to go down, but we, as Rajinder said earlier, we're going to have to deploy, but we need that deployment to be actionable. The other thing is the resolve model does not take full account of structural and sustained natural gas price increases. So the natural gas fossil fuel power plants look like they're economic to keep running when in fact they're not. They are the source, the gas price is the source of the rate increases, not clean energy. So the embedded assumption in the modeling that the faster we go on clean energy, the more it will cost is flat wrong. The second related problem with the modeling, as was mentioned, is that the Inflation Reduction Act is not just some incentives. It fundamentally transforms the economics of all the things that we're wanting to deploy. And so all of the numbers in the modeling that you're using are wrong. And they can be corrected, but this gets to my other point, which is we need an implementation plan. You know, scoping plan is fine, but it doesn't have the rigor or the accountability of a state implementation plan. I want to see a true up of all of these assumptions, and I don't want to have to wait 5 years for it. The emphasis on climate action and urgency is reflected in rhetoric, but not in action. And I think that's why there's so much disappointment. And at the same time, because of how accessible you all have been, and because of the number of meetings that there's been, there's an opportunity, we hope, for a big improvement to occur in the next version of the plan. But this variation between assumptions in the model versus actual either emissions or emissions reductions needs to be something that we work on all the time, not just every 5 years. So lastly, I will join the chorus that the CCS is simply not feasible and demonstrated yet. I understand it's an option that you're evaluating, but the over-reliance on it as the way to get to the target, I think, is something that needs to be reconsidered. Thank you.
Thanks, John. There are a couple of things you said there that I want to just amplify here. One is, you're right, it's not an implementation plan. What we are showing is, with the suite of technologies and tools we have today, a path to achieve the statutory targets for 2030, maybe even accelerate 2030, and then also achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. What's very clear is just putting the words down or having targets doesn't make them actually happen in the real world. And we've been saying this probably for the last 2-3 years, that across the board implementation is taking big hits. The IRA bills help, the IRA bill and the federal incentives help on costs, and that's not reflected here because it's hard to incorporate those, but we still have significant barriers to deployment, and it's coming back to permitting over and over again for every sector. So we would like to see things happen on the ground so that we can turn off the bad things that we don't want to have there. But until we break through that implementation barrier for permitting and some of the other items that we keep flagging, we aren't going to show that we're making progress towards where we need to be. But in recognition of the fact that we need to have more accountability, the board did ask for a type of climate dashboard, as did the legislature in a recent bill. And so ARB will be working with Cali, PA, who's already put a version of a climate dashboard on their website, to put out metrics, not just annual emissions for greenhouse gases, metrics on deployment of clean energy and clean technologies across different sectors, so that we can see where are we mapping in those sectors and technologies to what we said we wanted in the plan, or what we identified as what we needed in the plan. So all of those pieces are coming together. The first part is actually getting to the board in December and having them take a position and consider this plan, so we can then start the implementation steps. Thank you. Back to you, Maureen.
All right, thank you. The next speaker will be Julia Levin, followed by Emily Turkle. So Julia.
Hi, this is Julia Levin with the Bioenergy Association of California. Thank you for making the extra time available for public comments. And I also really want to thank staff and the various consulting firms for all of the modeling work. I share some of John's concerns that modeling is just that, it's modeling, but it's still a really important first step. I also really want to say to the Air Board staff, I don't envy you being in this position. It's got to be really, really hard to balance what we all would like to see with a lot of the practical realities and barriers. And I think on balance, you've done a good job, much as I too have some concerns and questions about it. But I do want to start by really thanking you because this is a Herculean task. So on the modeling itself, above all, I want to thank the Air Board for really putting natural and working lands front and center, or on an equal footing with the energy sector, transportation, agriculture, et cetera, where natural and working lands, as we all know now from what's happening with wildfire emissions, have to be a major part of the plan. So thank you for making it an equal part of this year's plan. I do have a couple of questions, and maybe since I mentioned natural and working lands, I'll start with that. I'm concerned about it and would appreciate an explanation why UC Irvine in its modeling did not include the public health impacts of either wildfire or prescribed fire. And especially when we're talking about increasing prescribed fire, potentially to 500,000 acres a year, it seems really critical that we account for the public health and climate impacts of that, as well as wildfire, which we know is having horrific impacts on public health. And then on the E3 modeling, there are two slides that I have questions about. On slide number 8, I'm really troubled that it's only projecting 8 million metric tons of BECCS. Lawrence Livermore National Lab looking only at organic waste, so not energy crops or trees taken down for the sake of energy, just organic waste. Lawrence Livermore National Lab found that we could find 84 million metric tons of carbon negative emissions from converting bioenergy, organic waste to bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. So I'm wondering why the number in this modeling, slide 8, is less than a tenth that amount. And I also want to be sure that it includes both biomethane and biomass resources, and that it takes into account that if the state's goal now is forest fuel removal on 2.3 million acres a year, and only 500,000 acres will be done with prescribed fire, and actually even on those, there often has to be some mechanical thinning done before there is prescribed fire to reduce the risk of controlled burns getting out of control. So all of this seems to me like it's a really gross underestimate of the potential for bioenergy just from organic waste with carbon capture and storage. And then there's a huge number for direct air capture, even though it is currently much more expensive than BECCS and much less well proven or tested. So it would be great to have some additional details on that. And finally, the last related question about BECCS is the Air Board or E3 also modeling utilization of that carbon? Because there are certainly a lot of opportunities with biochar and other ways to use carbon. So I hope it's not just about sequestration. And then my last question has to do with slide number 20 from E3. I'm surprised to see a projection that we're only going to need an 80% increase in electricity. The Energy Commission's analysis, the PUC's analysis are all looking at a minimum of a doubling of electricity capacity. There are other studies that are saying we will probably need more like a tripling of electricity if we're really going to electrify buildings and most of our transportation and a lot of other energy uses. So I know that's a lot. And again, I just want to go back to thank you for all the hard work that you all are doing.
Thanks, Julia. I appreciate the comments. So let me touch on a couple of these just real briefly. So you're right that in the health modeling, the air quality and health modeling that UC Irvine did, they did not include wildfire emissions, smoke, or emissions from prescribed burn in their modeling. But what we did do on the NWL side was include a statewide estimate of the health impacts from, or I should say the health benefits from reduced wildfire smoke from the forest management activities. And so there was a separate health analysis on the natural working lands wildfire emission reductions that we conducted. This is an area of analytical improvement that we can look to do in future scoping plans to try and assess if it's possible to include wildfire emissions in the broader air quality analysis. Not a simple task by any stretch of the imagination. What we did find in at least looking at just the reduction in potential wildfire emissions associated with the ramp up of fuels reduction and forest health activities in the scoping plan is that the health benefits from just the reduced wildfire smoke from the natural working lands actions would be on the order of $3 billion annually. And so there's some pretty significant health benefits from reducing those wildfire emissions that we wanted to call out, and we also included information in the scoping plan. And certainly, if we were to mix those wildfire emission benefits with the other air quality benefits that would come from the reduction in combustion and energy use, we would get even more health benefits. On the biomass piece, I do want to just mention that what our starting point for the scoping plan on biomass estimates was to really focus first on what are the forest management and fuels reduction strategies that we should be deploying for forest health, for wildfire emission reductions, for carbon benefits, and then assess what that could mean from a resource availability standpoint, from a biomass resource availability standpoint. So as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be posting some of the numbers in terms of what those biomass resources would be available for, but we did not assume that all biomass from the forest treatments that we're calling for go to bioenergy with CCS. Some of that biomass resource will inevitably be left in the forest because it may be economically challenging to recover. Some of those resources may end up being left for forest health purposes, and some may be moved to other carbon pools like alternative wood products or soil amendments. And so what we tried to do is provide a little bit better of accounting on, given these alternative infates for biomass resources, at least from the forest residue side, what would be a reasonable assumption for how much could go to a BEC strategy. And that results in, our biomass resource availability numbers that are lower than some of the other analyses that have come out. And finally, what we wanted to reflect too is that we also are calling for an increase in things like compost on agricultural lands, and so that's going to be a pull for biomass resources, whether it's diverted organics or from landfills or from other woody biomass resources. And so we wanted to make sure that we weren't, essentially creating a situation where we were claiming biomass would be used for BECs in one situation when in reality maybe getting pulled into another end use like compost application. So we'll be putting this stuff and the details in the scoping plan when we release it, and look forward to working with you on this in the future. Adam, did you want to talk any more about the health benefits on the wildfire emission reductions? If not, I will also just kick it over to Rajinder on the electricity question.
Okay, yeah, just real quick. So yeah, why do we not have wildfire emissions on the resolution needed for CVM or something like that? Well, doing a public health analysis on wildfire emissions and air quality modeling is fundamentally different than on point sources, because wildfires are inherently random across the landscape, not totally random, but generally random through time and through space. And so you don't know exactly where and when wildfires will occur and how intense and all of those things. So this is an active area of research. We are funding research to help us in this, which also helped us do our wildfire emissions public health assessment. And then prescribed fire also has a health impact, absolutely. And we've already identified this as a place where we want to improve all of our modeling, also an active area of research, and that will be incorporated as we go forward. Rajinder?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. On the question about electricity, we show a doubling, or I'm sorry, an 80% increase in load growth I think when you're seeing the tripling, that might be in capacity growth. So that's a different metric. Maybe those got switched when you were asking the question, but we are about the load growth side, which is an 80%, and we are probably showing a more aggressive load growth than some of the modeling at the other agencies because we're pushing harder on getting fossil fuels out of some of the sectors. Back to you, Maureen.
All right, thank you. So next we'll hear from Emily Turkle, followed by Jan Dietrich. Emily?
Hi, oh yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you. This is Emily Turkle with CalClim. Firstly, thank you so much for this workshop and all the time and energy that's gone into the scoping plan. A couple of brief questions. So firstly, Jesse mentioned that there were 17 million metric tons of CCS in the electric sector. Is there a value for how many nameplate gigawatts of gas generation this is? Then relatedly, Jesse mentioned a 10% capacity factor for gas generation in 2045. Does this capacity factor also apply to gas generation retrofit with CCS? And then finally, will the resolve documentation be made available on the CARB website or only pathways? Thank you.
This is Rajinder. It looks like maybe Jessie isn't available right now. Oh, she's unmuted herself. Go ahead, Jessie.
Yep, thank you. So the 17 million metric tons was applied broadly across the electric sector and could be applied to either in-state or out-of-state generation. So we're agnostic to exactly the megawatts that it's being applied to. And the 10% capacity factor does not include consideration of the additional CCS on that. Does that answer all your questions?
And we'll be able to speak to the documentation that'll be posted. I believe we are planning to post as much as the documentation we can, including some of the resolve materials, because we are aligning for the most part with work that's been done at the PUC. Maureen?
Yes, okay. The next person is Jan Dietrich, followed by Ron Whitehurst. Jan?
Yes. Yeah, hi, this is Jan in Ventura County. I have a small agricultural business here. We help farmers work with nature using ecological farming knowledge and resources. Our industry and associated professionals appreciate the big increase in ambition for natural and working lands. I'm also speaking for the 350 Ventura County Climate Hub and the 350 Southland Legislative Alliance, whose members appreciate the faster building, decarb, and the VMT reduction goals. We especially echo Dr. Broom's distinguishing the economics of resources on the transmission versus the distribution grids. We see the potential of your customer solar not being realized when IOUs wrongly levy transmission access charges. With a level playing field cost-wise, we can look for scaling of community microgrids with wholesale solar plus storage. We also share the concerns about carbon capture from fossil fuel infrastructure. We live in an oil and work in an oil field here. Pipelines leak, whether they're fossil fuel or bioenergy, and there are also pollution problems with aquifers. The one below us is polluted from the oil field, and it sadly looks like this will continue for decades. Yeah, declining, but back to natural and working lands. Thank you very much, Adam, explaining the benefits of investments, not just for negative carbon, but all the other benefits. And we suggest applying a farming systems framework to plan movement from chemical to biological farming that is required to be able to farm at all. The Healthy Soils program is incremental and is not incentivizing system changes that work. We and others here can help a deeper look at the assumptions about transition to organic and identifying opportunities toward even really a majority of cropland to organic by 2030, including greater durable carbon non-organic farms and no associated N2O emissions. N2O is mitigatable with experienced advice about systemic, enhanced, multi-pronged bundles of practices. For example, prohibit fall application of nitrogen fertilizer by those applying compost. That's crazy, especially when followed by conventional tillage. You must require ripping of the compaction layers and timely and targeted biostimulants like biochar and the compost extracts based on plant sap analysis to meet crop needs that together systemically permanently deepen the soil food web. Program design and evaluation data from CDFA is essential for your model. I really thank you very much for listening to our perspective and for this tremendous effort. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. The next person is Ron Whitehurst, followed by Olivia Seidman. Ron, you should be able to speak
Hello,
now.
my name is Ron Whitehurst. I'm a principal with Rincon Vitoba Insectaries. We grow the good bugs that eat the bad bugs, so we help farmers get off the toxic pesticides. I'm a member of the Sustainable Pest Management Work Group that's working on a roadmap to get off of toxic pesticides in California. So I live in the middle of the oil field, and so for me, getting off of fossil fuels is personal. There has been, I really appreciate the board and CARB for all the good work that they've done, especially with listening to EJ. It'd be nice to implement some of their practices, things they suggest sometimes. You're going towards this fascination with carbon capture and storage, the industrial model, based on perceived need. And I want to challenge that we don't know what's natural. When us white folk came here, we killed the beavers, cut down the trees, overgrazed the land, plowed, disc, and so on, and then used chemical fertilizers and chemical pesticides. This destroyed the soil ecosystem, the life in the soil. So when you have a functioning soil food web, when it rains, the water soaks into the soil. I'm taking the blazing saddles approach here, that we don't need no stinking badges. We don't need any fancy computer models to know how to solve this. What we need is to take care of the soil, and that increases the carbon cycling. So there's this obsession with the permanent of carbon and documenting that it's going to stay there. Yeah, we had some forest fires come through and burn the tops of the trees down, but it didn't burn the bottoms of the trees down. There's still a lot of carbon in the roots there. And so we need to look at increasing the carbon cycling and having a residue that builds up over time. You know about the latent heat of evaporation. When you get out of the pool and the wind's blowing, you feel cold. The water evaporates the water from you and carries heat with it. We need to take care of the soil so that when it rains, it sinks into the soil. That water in the soil carries heat away. When the sun hits dry soil, it heats up and causes this heat island effect. That rising heat pushes away the rain clouds. So it doesn't rain because the soil is dry. It doesn't rain because there's no water in the soil. So we need to take care of the soil through all of these regenerative organic practices. And it's interesting to note that Matt talked about if you do some organic practices, that the release of N2O, the nitrogen, that's a powerful greenhouse gas, nitrous oxide, that cancels out the organic matter. But this is within agriculture, what we've observed is that the university extension are functioning as marketing arms of the chemical and pesticide industry. And so you're looking at this incredibly synthetic system of putting chemical fertilizers and chemical pesticides on the plants and using the soil as just a prop to hold them up vertical, versus relying on the life in the soil that mobilizes the nutrients and supplies the immune system to the plant so it resists pests and disease. The basic principle of organic is the healthy plant resists pests and disease. So the problem is that we have sick plants. The problem is we're not growing healthy plants, and so we need to use the chemical pesticides to take care of the plants that are unhealthy. So we need to address.
Hi, this is Rajinder with the Air Resources Board, and I'm doing a time check. We're at 2:40, and we still have about a dozen folks to fit in before we end. So if there's a question, please ask the question.
So we need to address the role of ag chemicals, herbicides, pesticides, and chemical fertilizers in their role of decreasing soil organic matter and decreasing carbon cycling that is important to drawing down the carbon dioxide out of the air. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter will be Olivia Seidman, followed by Marvin Norman. Olivia?
Hi. Thank you. Hi. Thank you so much. This has been really interesting. I have first of all, I do want to echo some of the comments made by other folks around CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage technologies. There should be no place for CCS on refineries and other fossil fuel infrastructure. That is just going to extend the life of them and continue to pollute communities. I also want to thank the UCI folks for putting together the data on improvements to air quality. But I want to take this opportunity to really highlight that even if we're seeing overall air quality improvements over time, on a community by community basis, there should be no additional pollution from any of the projects, for any of the interventions such as CCS that are used in the scoping plan. To echo some of the comments that other folks made around this, environmental justice communities for too long have had to bear the burden of pollution of water and air, and any type of climate strategies that don't take this into account and increase pollution for any communities is not a real climate strategy. So I wanted to highlight that. And then finally, I wanted to emphasize that it's alarming to see that the scoping plan in the state intend to rely on polluting fuels like manure biomethane to produce hydrogen. Biomethane, especially factory farm gas, is very polluting to air and water quality for surrounding communities. And we urge CARB to only include electrolytic hydrogen produced with wind or solar. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Our next commenter will be Marvin Norman, followed by Mikhail Skabarla. Marvin? Okay, I think you can.
Is it working now?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Hi, Marvin Norman here. San Bernardino resident and with CCAJ. What one of the concerns we have, and well, first off, thank you for the presentation and for the work that's gone into it. It's clear that some work is being done and efforts are being made. So it's good to see that. There are, of course, still concerns. I of course echo some of the concerns that others have made about CCS and similar technologies that are extending the polluting facilities. And also want to touch on the natural working lands. It's good to see that that is getting some increase. And so we would hope that part of course, the scoping plan is necessarily the decides which lands will be preserved, but it would be good to see some geographic equity of that. I know when we did work with the 30 by 30 efforts, it became apparent that a lot of the natural lands are in the northern part of the state, even though 1/2 the state's population lives in Southern California. So, and we're out here losing lots of our working lands every day. So it would be good to see some geographic equity in that realm to make sure that the benefits are not just broad, but they are also felt at the local levels. Also would like you to continue to keep CCS from being used as a fossil fuel extender. We don't need that. We need to move on with real solutions. And I would also see just the use of more options that are available to bring meet the goals without using CCS, and with also talking about reducing VMT, especially in other parts of the state. I know that sometimes local leaders are not receptive to that idea, and so it would be good to see just more commitment to making sure that lower VMT options are available in all parts of the state, not just the few big cities that everyone likes to think are low VMT areas. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Let's see, the next person is Mikhail Skvarla, followed by Laurel Moorhead. No, Mikhail, you need to unmute yourself, please.
Hi, sorry.
There we go, yes.
The button was hidden. Hi, Mikhail Skvarla, here on behalf of the California Hydrogen Coalition. I wanted to extend a genuine invite for dialogue with anyone who's expressed concerns today about hydrogen. Our members are making significant investments in developing technology for production, distribution, and the use of this carbon-free molecule, which is grounded in delivering environmental benefits and mitigating the risk of climate change. Just as the Apollo, Gemini, Space Shuttle, and International Space Station rely on hydrogen and fuel cells, we see an important and significant role in this energy carrier technology in decarbonizing California's economy. So the fear, uncertainty, and doubt expressed today can be mostly easily addressed. We've heard mention of a study about indirect greenhouse gases, studies derivative of a number of other studies. But if you take the math out to its conclusion, hydrogen reduces risk of the fossil fuel that it displaces by 96.6%. It's fairly significant. That study also relies on an interaction in the atmosphere with methane. Methane is something that the hydrogen industry is seeking to displace and mitigate. So we're disappointed that this study was being spread as gospel and it was promoted prior to peer review. Some peer reviews come from our University of California professors, and this is indicative of the misinformation campaign against hydrogen, and we'd urge against it. Additionally, transition does take time. Just as we don't hold the electricity sector to its past and its present in coal, oil, and gas, because there is a direct transition that is taking place, and we've given them significant resources and time to do that, including over $5.5 billion per year of ratepayer funds to procure renewable electricity. We believe that there is a transition in time for hydrogen to move towards 100% renewable. Hydrogen sold today in the transportation sector is more renewable than the grid. This is evidenced in ARB's own studies. Over half a dozen renewable hydrogen projects are in development in California to serve this transportation market. That is being done with private capital, not ratepayer funds. Each of these projects have unique regional benefits in mitigating wastes and utilizing excess solar and wind. Lawrence Livermore's Getting to Zero study further reinforces the need for biomass and biogas pathways for hydrogen. We want to avoid short-lived climate pollutants. We want to mitigate wildfire risks. We want to ensure that agricultural waste is not openly burned. So as long as Californians and society continue to eat meat, continue to drink milk-based lattes and coffee-based drinks, we will need to continue to mitigate biomethane from dairies. Hydrogen is a cost-effective mitigation against this. Low carbon fuel standard further reinforces the investments being made in renewable and decarbonized fuels. This is evidenced by the private sector investment in the hydrogen space. Carbon intensity is what matters, and we appreciate that comment from Rajinder earlier today. We are working diligently to scale zero carbon hydrogen production. This is further reinforced by federal acts like the Inflation Reduction Act and the Investment in Jobs Act. They're sending significant signals for us to invest in renewable and decarbonized hydrogen. Hydrogen is absolutely necessary towards achieving the scoping plan across multiple sectors. Henry Ford lost this argument a long time ago when he said you can have any car as long as the color is black. There are multitudes of vehicles, fuel, drivetrains. That's going to continue. The gospel of efficiency is also used against hydrogen fuel cells, assumes a virtually perfect grid that is in a most imperfect system. When you account for intermittency, overprocurement, and the needs to drive real-world factors, this analysis doesn't hold up. Hydrogen fuel cells are over twice as efficient as internal combustion vehicles that we're focusing on displacing. The OEMs developing these vehicles are the best sellers of automobiles in the world, nationally and in the state of California. Both production of the vehicles and efficiency is increasing in real time with real valuable breakthroughs happening every day, including those at the University of California and through our national laboratories. Hydrogen investments are economically efficient. The private sector is bringing capital to this space where the state of California is not. It is important who pays. We cannot rely on our ratepayers to pay for all the cost of electrification, both buildings and industry and transportation. They simply cannot bear those cost increase, and that will delay our path to carbon neutrality. Nature abhors a monoculture, just as it will abhor one in an energy system. We need to have diversity. Over 80% of global energy is molecular. There is no possible way to transition this entire system to electrons. Hydrogen is a decarbonized molecular fuel that will achieve California's climate goals. We need it to more deeply deploy renewable electricity across every sector in the state of California. An electrification-only strategy will fail. So again, we urge stakeholders to reach out to us directly, work with the hydrogen sector to decarbonize, and we want to be your allies in mitigating emissions and transitioning the energy system to carbon neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. The next person will be Laurel Moorhead, followed by Nora Cohen-Brown. Laurel.
Hi, my name is Laurel Moorhead, and I'm here on behalf of TransferFlow. TransferFlow has been in business for 40 years in California as a liquid fuel systems manufacturer. In 2016, the California State Legislature recognized TransferFlow as the Small Business of the Year. I would like to start by thanking CARB staff for their hard work on this project. I would have been at CARB's board meeting for the Advanced Clean Fleets yesterday, but I was speaking at a commercial vehicle conference on the shortcomings of electric vehicles. I would like to know how transporting biomethane to a power plant to turn it into electricity to ship that electricity back to the end user, depending upon unproven carbon capture technologies, creates less emissions than just allowing people to power their vehicles directly off the biomethane. Current new vehicle technologies are extremely clean and are constantly improving. New cleaner technologies are coming out every year. I've been a state of California certified advanced level automotive emissions specialist since 2008, and the characterization that all internal combustion engines create NOx or oxides of nitrogen is false. NOx are created at combustion temperatures above 1700 degrees Fahrenheit. Some fuels combust at higher or lower temperatures than others, so various fuels create more or less NOx than others. NOx control technologies have to date never been implemented on renewable natural gas powered vehicles because RNG powered vehicles to date have never created enough NOx to justify CARB requiring them to have NOx control technologies. Renewable natural gas creates less NOx without using NOx control technologies than CARB's proposed standards for plug-in hybrid vehicles. If NOx control technologies were used on RNG powered vehicles, they would be zero NOx. So CARB's argument that all internal combustion engines create NOx is false. Liquid fuels have a strong history of drastically improving the quality of life for millions of people, and this history is not going to erase itself overnight. Many people that live in rural areas or areas affected by wildfires caused by Pacific Gas and Electric's lack of maintenance don't want electric vehicles because they don't feel they can trust their public utilities companies to provide reliable power. I know CARB is planning to ramp up the infrastructure, but you're going to need to convince the public of that, and the public affected by PG&E are jaded. PG&E pled guilty to 84 counts of murder for burning down the town of Paradise, California. The people affected by these wildfires will choose to hold on to their older, dirtier vehicles longer or buy used vehicles out of state rather than switch to EVs. Seeing all the EVs down in Florida exploding after being exposed to the elements of Hurricane Ian is not helping build the public's trust. If CARB would allow a variety of near-zero emission vehicles, consumers would be more likely to adopt them. Argonne National Laboratories endorses algae-based drop-in fuels over EVs, and there's a lot of speculation when considering well-to-wheel life cycle emissions that after considering the pollution created by mining the minerals, manufacturing and disposing of those huge electric vehicle batteries, EVs are dirtier when compared to carbon-negative biofuels. Even when considering NOx, how much diesel is burnt mining the minerals needed to manufacture those electric vehicle batteries in countries that do not have California or EPA's clean vehicle standards? CARB should consider interstate and international compatibility. Laws and regulations are only as effective as they are implementable. When California wants to shut down petroleum refineries, they do not just affect California. California borders the ocean, and petroleum that comes across the ocean feeds the rest of the United States. The more CARB moves forward without considering the effects on other states, the more likely these policies are to fail. CARB should focus on developing drop-in biofuels. Throughout the process, CARB staff has ignored the input of stakeholders whose goal is to do their part to combat climate change, instead to argue with stakeholders when the stakeholders are the industry experts on the ground doing the work. So I encourage CARB to heed the work of Sean, Edgar, and other grassroots organizations that are actually doing the work rather than idealistic hypothetical scenarios whose implementation is unproven. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for the comment. The next person is Nora Cohen-Brown, followed by Shayla Funk. Nora.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for all the work that went into what you've presented today, and thank you so much for the opportunity to provide comments. I'm Nora Cohen-Brown. I'm the head of market development and policy at Charm Industrial. Charm is a California-based company that's working to provide innovative solutions to tackle the growing threat of climate change. Charm and many other climate innovators are pioneering a host of new technologies to permanently remove carbon from the atmosphere. We very much appreciate the focus of today's workshop, and as you know well, California is going to need a host of strategies to decarbonize virtually every economic sector in the state to achieve carbon neutrality. Direct emissions reduction should be the primary focus of California's pathway to carbon neutrality. But as the draft scoping plan and recent legislation signed by the governor have identified, carbon dioxide removal technologies will also need to play a role in supporting California's climate goals. Charm's technology converts waste biomass like forest and agricultural waste that would otherwise burn or rot and release carbon dioxide, methane, and air pollution into the atmosphere into a carbon-dense bio-oil that can be permanently and safely sequestered. The kinds of solutions that Charm has developed can also play a key role in supporting California's biomass and forest waste management goals, wildfire and forest resilience actions, and also air quality goals. As a California-based company, we're invested in helping the state continue to be a climate leader by putting in place policies that pave the way for innovative technologies and solutions to support climate action. Policies that support emerging carbon-negative technologies will ensure continued investment, job creation, and economic growth for the state. We appreciate all of the work that CARB and the state agency partners are doing to put California on the path to carbon neutrality, and we look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the comment. Let's see, the next person is Susie Berlin, followed by Juan Flores. Susie, I see you just lowered your hand. If you did not intend to do that, please raise it again. Okay, thank you. Okay, now you should be muted, so you can unmute yourself with the microphone. There you go.
Great, thank you very much. I lowered my hand when you called my name. I guess I was too soon for that. But thank you very much for this presentation today. My name is Susie Berlin, and I had a question with regard to the CVM. And I understand, sort of, I'm still going through it, how everything is calculated. But what I was trying to figure out or what I need a little more information on is on page 12 of the initial presentation. It says that the CBM will be incorporated into the final plan. And my question is exactly how is that done? How are the results going to be incorporated in with the rest of the analytics?
So Susie, in the plan under AB 197, we have to do cost per ton, we have to do the social cost of carbon, and we have to do the air quality analyses. And now we will add CBM to that list of analyses that we put into the plan. So it's not part of the modeling, it's part of the additional information about as you're moving from the scoping plan and you're thinking about moving to implementation and programs to address climate change. We now have another thing to look at and consider as we move forward on implementation.
Okay, so the next person is Juan Flores, followed by Marjane Moini. Juan?
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. First of all, I'm from Kern County. I'm saddened by the fact that we are going to rely in so much CCUS in this scoping plan. This is not the way to go. And let me tell you why. You see, in California, low-income communities and communities of color are the ones that are most affected by pollution. CCUS is only going to increase and exacerbate that pollution within these communities. Now, that's not activism, and that's not an ideology. That is the reality of our communities. Again, the lowest income communities, communities of colors, who represent millions of Californians, who are going to see someone or have seen someone within the last year died because of poor air quality, because lack of access to clean water, because we keep putting profits above their lives, as if their lives were of less value as any other Californian. Again, that is not an ideology, that is not activism, that is the reality of people in our state that are living today, that do not have the chance and the opportunity to come here because they don't get paid to do that. They don't have the luxury of spending 5 hours sitting in front of a computer to defend their communities because they have to put food on the table for their families. Again, that's not activism and that is not ideology, that's surviving. And we are only gonna make their lives even harder by depending on an unproven technology that it's only going to kill them sooner. Again, as if their lives have no value. While we are trying to, for the sake of economy, use technologies that are not gonna do any good for us. Once again, let's not forget the reason why CARB exists, why we do scoping plans in this state is because we're supposed to better the lives of our poorest community members, not making them worse. And I don't see that being done when we're gonna rely so much on CCUS. We need to cut direct carbon emissions if we truly want to help these community members, and if we really want to say that we value everyone's life. Thank you so much.
And this is Rajinder. I want to make sure that I am clear on what we're saying in the scoping plan. The scoping plan itself is talking about a path to reduce combustion of fossil fuels across the economy. It is about reducing fossil fuels by over 90% in transportation and over 90% from gas use in the state. Air pollution is directly related to fossil fuel combustion. And so this plan is transformative in trying to push out fossil fuel combustion anywhere and everywhere it can to levels that are close to zero by 2045. And based on the analyses that were done by UCI, you see that there are tremendous health benefits that will accrue because of this plan and the phasing out of fossil fuel combustion everywhere and anywhere we can. We are not relying on CCS for business as usual. We are pushing to get fossil fuels out as quickly and as much as we can. That's what this plan is.
Okay, we have 3 more commenters, and we will take those comments, However, all three of you spoke earlier this morning, so we do hope that your comments now are about the CVM. So Marjani Moini, followed by Julia May.
Yeah, my comment is about the second presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. So from a public health perspective, when we're fighting climate change, time is one thing we really don't have. And I think we all have learned from COVID-19 pandemic that public health crises and emergencies take priority over what is perceived as economic growth. And I want to kind of echo what Juan said earlier, that we cannot really value what is perceived as economic growth more than people's lives and people's health. So in 2021, the governor asked CARB to study pathways for California to reach carbon neutrality by 2035. And at the time, if I remember correctly, part of the pushback was because of the cost. I was wondering, now that we have data such as like EJ vulnerability available, and hopefully we've had more time to do more public health analysis in terms of how climate change actually affects people's life and how urgent action is it possible to go back and explore the cost of delay in action on overburdened communities, and also again incorporate the difference between direct emission reduction? And I know I'm a little bit confused actually, if you can address this also. I know it's related to the earlier presentation. Did I understand it correctly that you're counting CCS as part of your direct emission reduction calculations, or am I wrong? So I just was wondering if this health, the burden of climate change, health burden of climate change can be incorporated in the cost analysis in the timeliness of the actions we're taking right now. Thank you.
And so there's a couple of things that I want to speak to on that. First, we looked at 2035 and 2045 in the draft plan. It went to our board. Subsequent to the board direction, the governor sent a letter about things he'd like to see change, just like the board directed to align with some more of the requests from the environmental justice advocates and some of the additional stakeholders. And in August of this year, the legislature passed, and in September, the governor signed legislation about carbon neutrality by 2045. So we are consistent with direction and legislation on the year at which we achieve carbon neutrality. They had the comparison for 2035 and 2045. Ultimately, the legislation was 2045. On the health analyses, that you see in the plan did differentiate in the UCI presentation between what we see in disadvantaged communities versus the overall benefits, and it looked at disadvantaged communities by region, so that is already there and incorporated in there. We did see a significant cost savings by the use of this plan when we phase out fossil fuel combustion by over 90% by 2045. I think it was about almost $200 billion worth of health savings, cost savings in 2045. So that's already incorporated in here. And then on the, I think it was the piece on CCS and direct measures, the language in 1279 is about an 85% reduction in anthropogenic emissions. And as we worked through the plan, just as we put it out in the draft version, we first looked for opportunities to move away from fossil fuel combustion. That was what we did first. So we had a loading order in terms of what opportunities we wanted to do first. And if we could not find things that were technologically feasible or appropriate, cost-effective, or didn't result in leakage, which is a mandate in legislation as well, we then said tools like CCS should be deployed in those other sectors that are hard to electrify. And so that was really the loading order. This conversation has been part of the workshops and the discussion that's been going on since early 2021. Obviously, a lot of this was in flux over the summer, but we ended up with direction from the board, the governor, and in legislation about where they felt, where those different groups felt, and the governor felt in terms of everything that they'd heard from advocates, the work that they'd seen from us, and the work from other institutions. Next, please.
Okay, the next commenter will be Julia May, followed by Claire Broom. And Claire will be our last commenter today. So Julia.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, my comments are on the second presentation and on slide 10 with the map of California and the results. And I appreciate the work, and I understand that you all are looking at identifying gaps and adding to this, and we appreciate having it by tracked. But the result appears to show that most of California, most communities in California, including many EJ communities, are only mildly disadvantaged by climate change. A couple are severely, I think, in the dark red, and many communities are actually benefited by climate change. I think there's something wrong with that picture, and that's not, it doesn't jive with reality. It may be just the graphics that and the color coding that was chosen, but, and correct me if that's not what those what the graphics are meant to show, but that's what it appears to show. I just want to say our communities, for example, in the LA area, already are on the edge from climate change, specifically, not just from the pollution in the communities, but from heat island effects, lack of air conditioning, health vulnerabilities, with existing climate impacts are suffering a lot in many different communities. It's only going to get far worse. I've seen other color coding it maps specifically on heat effects that show just how severe it's going to get in the US. Some are projecting a quarter of the US will be basically unlivable with temperatures over 125 in 30 years. So I guess my question is, maybe there's different ways to present the vulnerabilities in your mapping, and that it doesn't appear to show the dire consequences of climate change and how bad they are in EJ communities. Please explain if I've got this wrong on that slide 10.
Yes, so there is nothing wrong with the graphic on slide 10, and to your point, you are correct. So there are some communities in California that will actually experience net benefits from a warming climate. And again, you have to focus on what is included in the CVM. So we have 9 different impact categories, and these are impact categories for which there is data available at the census tract level. So what we're seeing here is that when all combined, so we looked at the different impacts across these 9 categories. So again, human mortality, labor hours worked, flood damage to property, and then heating costs. What we're seeing is in the combination of that, all told, and again, these are the impacts just related to a warming climate. So based on a warming temperature, which then has impacts on precipitation. We're not including anything related to air quality impacts. So based on that sort of lens and given those impacts, some of the communities in California are going to see a net benefit, and potentially that is you're going to see a reduction in places where there is a blue. You're going to see reductions in human mortality from cold-related deaths. You might see reduction in natural gas consumption for reduction in heating costs. That is not to say that that is the case everywhere. And as you just highlighted, there are a lot of places in California where we are seeing impacts. We're seeing negative impacts associated with climate change in 2050. And again, part of this is really to highlight the differential impact across different communities. So there are different impacts. People in different communities based on location and income they're able to respond differently to the same climate change impact. And that's really the point of this map. And yes, to your point, there's large swaths of California that don't show a very large impact. That is not to say that there is no impact, but that is to say, as we are presenting the metric, which is as a percentage of census tract level income, that we're not seeing, really high impacts in those locations. But again, this is looking at a narrow scope for these impacts for which we have really, really high level data that can really be used to tease out the differential impact across census tracts. So that's a really important caveat to remember. And as I stated, as more data becomes available, we will be able to expand the CVM to include more
impact categories to better capture the lived experience of communities. But for right now, we want to be very clear about what this does include, what it doesn't include. But as it does, as it is right now, the CBM does show some benefits and also a lot of pretty big impacts, negative impacts to communities across California.
Emily, this is Rajinder. I just want to ask a clarifying question. So this is not an absolute change. This is a change relative to the different communities, right?
Yes, the important piece is to look at the differential impacts across the communities. You are correct.
Okay.
Okay, our last commenter today is Claire Broom. Let's see, sorry. Claire, now, are you able to speak here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to comment, and this has been a really productive afternoon. I live in Berkeley. I'm a professor of public health, and I'm reacting in part to the CBM, but also Rajender's comment about the fact that there are going to be some metrics for deployment and potentially iterative opportunities. And so I really want to urge a continued openness to recognize the controversies and the critical issues that have been raised in this workshop, especially by the EJAC, and keep issues open as you move forward. Very specifically, I believe you are substantially underestimating the potential for carbon sequestration in cropland. That is because your modeling is practice-based. You look at compost, you look at cover crops, but you don't look at what would organic transition mean. In an organic transition, you not only get the practices, you also decrease pesticide use and decrease chemical fertilizer inputs. So the potential is there to get substantially more carbon sequestration more rapidly with benefits for farm workers than is foreseen and predicted by the modeling. In contrast, the reason natural and working lands remains a source of carbon, at least based on the previous modeling, is because of wildfire emissions. It's not actually nitrogen, I'm sorry. And we all want to decrease wildfire emissions, but the fact that they have canceled out so much effort should not be chalked up to croplands and wetlands and all the ways that natural and working lands can help. So as you go through your iterative process, first of all, I really think it's critical that you have independent validation. Natural and working land sequestration has been acknowledged by the National Academy of Medicine, Engineering, and Sciences to be a really difficult area to estimate. So building in independent measurement of soil carbon is critical in assessing where we're going and improving your inventory. The second point is funding decisions are being made soon and now. And so I would ask that you and your fellow agencies think really hard about investing a lot of money in stranded assets and polluting assets through over-reliance on CCUS in refineries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Claire. I appreciate the comments. Just a couple of points that I want to make. So we did look at each of the individual landscapes and the assessment of which landscapes would be sources of emission, net source of emissions over a 20-year time frame from natural working lands. Forest was one of those landscapes, but annual croplands was one as well. And so we are expecting to see annual croplands to continue to be a net source of emissions going forward. We can reduce those emissions through changing our land management practices, and we can increase soil carbon and by changing our practices, but we do expect them to be a net source of emissions. And I think you flagged the technical complexity, the challenge in being able to estimate these emissions over time and the changes. The effect that changes in land management practices will have from a greenhouse gas perspective on these lands. And so that's why we're looking forward to really the AB 1757 process, the new legislation that the governor signed just over a month ago, that will have us working with an advisory committee over the course of next year to assess the modeling work that we have done, identify new research that is needed in this space, and critically, and I think you also called this out, the need for really improved measurement and data collection for our lands to really understand how these systems work and use that information to validate estimation tools that we can use going forward as we really work to accelerate the nature-based solutions and have much better science and data on the effects they will have, so that we can use those outcomes towards our carbon neutrality objectives. So we're looking forward to that work that will be happening over the course of next year. And I think with that, do I hand it back to Adam?
Yeah, sure. I'll take it and just close us out here. So this concludes our workshop. This coming November, the final scoping plan update will be released, followed by a board hearing in December where they will vote on the final scoping plan. You can also find additional information about the scoping plan, including the ongoing EJAC meetings, at our website shown on this slide. So thank you all for attending and your participation, and have a great rest of your afternoon.